traumas that they have endured and offer hope and opportunities for healing and reconciliation as we go forward together. One key Haudenosaunee principle is to live in peace and harmony with each other and the natural world. All life should be respected and cared for because what happens to one living thing affects all living things. We are grateful for the abundant natural resources in this land of the Haudenosaunee people and for all who work to protect these resources. We acknowledge the Haudenosaunee people as the past, present, and future caretakers of this land and water, and we are grateful for the opportunity to live, work, and educate our children on this ancestral land. Thank you.
Thank you. Please sit. Have a seat. Again, thank you for coming. It's a very exciting meeting that we're having tonight. This is our meeting that we acknowledge our students, and they are standing there anxiously awaiting, so just give us a little more time, guys, and we'll be right back to you. Dr. Williams, I'm going to turn this over to you at this point.
Thank you, Board President. I would like to ask the principal of this wonderful school, Ms. Mazur, to come forward. I think we are in for a treat from some of your students. If you would like to key up and share a little bit about what we will see in a few moments.
So we have our amazing 6th grade bucket drumming. 11 of the students are here tonight under the direction of Mrs. Ann Landy. It is her first year here. It is their first year drumming on the buckets. They started in September. Last week, Friday, she took the entire 6th grade to Darien Lake for a music competition, and our bucket drummers won first place. They also got Best Percussion Ensemble overall over the entire competition, and our chorus for 6th grade took 3rd place. They would not have been able to attend, real quick, without the help of Mr. Frank, who's behind the tree over there. From Mr. Frank's Plumbing, he donated all of the funds for the children to go. He bought the t-shirts and the drums so that they would look like a unified team. He is also a BPS alumni. Okay. Miss Landy, can they play one piece? Okay. Thank you.
And that's how we kick off our meetings in the Buffalo Public Schools. Thank you, sixth grade students. I don't know if you all heard when Mrs. Mazur said they walked away with a first place finish. That is worthy of another round of applause. And while we're applauding and recognizing, we are next going to recognize some folks. Actually, I know every single one of these people very, very well. I have worked for some of them. I have worked with at different points in times, all of them, and they just do a remarkable job. I do have to say, even though we're recognizing 9, I see more retired administrators in the audience today. I see Ms. Story, I see Ms. Hargrave, I see my first principal that I worked for, Ms. Eunice Jackson, and it's just wonderful to see everybody here this afternoon. I see Patty Thomas from South Park. You know, I know every single one of these administrators. I'd like to ask Dr. Zarnecki, who has been a building leader also, as well as now working with the district in a retired fashion, to come up, and we are going to honor more than 450 years combined of experience from 9 of our building leaders who have 50 years plus working for the Buffalo schools. It is not easy being a building or department head. It is not an easy task. So I just want to say to each of you that I appreciate and always have and admire the work that you do. Dr. Zarnecki?
Thank you, Dr. Williams. We have certificates for our members. Give me a second. I thought you had the list. It's okay. I have another copy. Okay. With 57 years working for the district, 15 years teaching, 17 years in administration, and 23 years subbing, Dave Thomas has 57 years. We'd like to recognize Dave. Well, just kind of be here too. Second on our list with 54 years, 14 years teaching, 20 years in administration, 20 years as a substitute administrator, and probably still working today. And probably Dave's worked today too. Tracy Singletary. Our next, with 54 years, is Mr. Gil Hargrave, 14 years teaching, 20 years in administration, and 20 years as a substitute administrator. With 54 years, 23 teaching, 20 administration, and 13 as a substitute administrator, Dennis Welka. "53 years, 14 years teaching, 20 in administration, and 19 as a substitute administrator, and like some of us, still working, Mr. Calvin Baxter, 53 years.
Okay,
All righty.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
53 years of experience, 23 years teaching, 20 in administration, and 10 as a substitute administrator is Cindy Clark, and she couldn't be with us tonight, but she thanks the board for recognizing her. "52 years, 17 teaching, 17 administration, and 18 as a sub-administrator is Kathleen Franklin Adams. Again, she could not be with us, but thanks us. With 50 years, 23 years in teaching, 14 in administration, and a substitute administrator is Gail Bush. And again, she could not be with us, but she thanks the board for recognizing. And one of the first people I started working with, she has 50 years, 19 years teaching, 14 years administration, and 17 years as a substitute administrator, Nancy Thompson. We want to thank the board and for recognizing these people. There were 9 of us that have 50 more years, and we asked the board would they do it. They said yes, so we really appreciate you being willing to do this.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zarnecki, for all that you continue to do. And thank you to all of the retired administrators who were here today and those that weren't here. We just really, really appreciate you. And we know that the progress that we're making in the Buffalo schools, a lot of it is us standing on your shoulders and the foundation that you laid for many of us. So thank you. I would like to, at this time, this is a good one. We had a summit 2 weeks ago, and one of our parent leaders, Mr. Spidell, really pushed us to do a cornhole tournament. And I had never done cornhole, but I thought, how hard could it be? I mean, you just toss the little beanie into the hole. So, you know, I think I probably pulled a couple of shoulder muscles and some wrist muscles. It is tough. It was fun, though. We had a great time. I'd like to ask Dr. Baudo to come up, and I think she's going to introduce a few people and recognize Mr. Spidell for his work.
Good evening, Superintendent and honorable board members. At this time, I would like to ask Mr. Spidell and Dr. Sue Baldwin to please come forward. The two of them were essential in everything with the cornhole tournament, and they will be giving you a little bit more additional information and presenting award winners at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I want to take the time to thank Dr. Cressy's for first initiating the purchase of the cornhole tables, the superintendent for her support, the board members for their support, Sue Baldwin for her outstanding support. I want to recognize South Park, Emerson, McKinley, City Honors, Research Lab, OTC, Olmsted 156, Bennett, IPrep, CCI, and one student from School 67 that participated in the first ever cornhole tournament. We had 43 students. They had a double elimination tournament. Today we want to recognize the schools with their trophies, and then we're going to recognize the adults that volunteered. First, I want to say that the reason we're doing cornhole is because unified sports is an underutilized sport in the state of New York. Right now, they just have a winter and spring sport, which is basketball and bowling. And I thought, what better sport than cornhole? So this is an initiative to grow cornhole as a statewide unified. And the more the kids play, this should be a statewide sport for all students. So that's my goal over the next few years, to push the state to recognize cornhole as a sport. It's growing nationwide, and the first ever scholarship were given from a college this year. So I want Sue, you want to recognize the adults first? First, we're going to recognize Sue Baldwin for her dedication, hard work.
I speak on behalf of the Health and Physical Education Department, and we are a division under Curriculum Assessment and Instruction under the leadership of Dr. Baudo, who introduced us. One of the great things about our new curriculum to the state standards that came out in 2020 was we have recreation units, things that kids could do for a lifetime, and cornhole was one of those units. So what better way to explore and see how that unit can be used for all kids in an inclusive way. And one of our goals in our department is to have inclusive physical education. So to my left is one of our teachers, Holly Follette, comes with vast expertise as the grad assistant at SUNY Cortland Department of Adaptive Physical Education. What that means is she knows way more than I, right? So she is right now between two schools that have the STARS program, City Honors, and Performing Arts. So she provided some expertise in the unified division, and we had a varsity division. Two other staff members besides Holly that were there that day to help run the event were Amy Hoffman from IPrep and Mike Lewis from OTC, another place where we have a lot of inclusive physical education happening. Other teachers that were support that day and brought their students on site, Mike Swiltowski from McKinley High School, Michelle Buono from Emerson High School, and Ellen Stott from Research Lab. And then the donations. We can't forget to remember our Riverside alumni. It's Rob, and he owns Queen City Yard for cornhole, and it's an LLC in North Tonawanda. That is where we were able to purchase equipment to do the tournaments, to teach the units, and then he went and donated boards and bags and trophies for schools. But every kid that won, him and or her partner, got a set of boards and bags for their house. About $600 value. So thank you, Rob from Riverside.
So I want to ask any of the students that are here that participated in the cornhole tournament, if they'd like to come up front so people can see some of the students who played. So I'm going to give them each an opportunity to tell you who they are and what school they participate with.
My name is Tyjon Anderson. I go to McKinley High School.
My name is Timon McNamee. I go to McKinley High School. My name's Dakota. I'm from OTC.
My name's Miguel. I go to OTC.
My name is Aletu. I go to Culinary.
And my name is Mevin. I am the OTC.
Here's the rock star of the group, guys.
My name is Brahim the Dream from OTC.
My name is Johnny from Research Labs.
My name is Abdul Kareem. I'm from Research Lab.
You said research lab. I believe Principal Cullen and Vitali are here, if they would come up as well.
Thank you. So I want to present the unified trophies first. So third place was OTC, and second place was OTC. So we have 2 trophies for you, Tom. Was it third and fourth place? So he made 2/3 and 2 seconds. 2 seconds. And we also have a certificate for you. And each student in the unified division got a gold medal. So it's like the Special Olympics. Every participant got a gold medal, and that was supported by the district. You'd like to say something?
Just say something. You know, this has been a long time coming to have unified sports in our district, and especially to this extent. I have to tell you, it's a real game changer for these students. It gives them the opportunity to be integrated, be accepted, and also to have their parents come and cheer them on. Actually, Brahim and Melvin were the recipients of 2 scholarships this past Saturday from the Special Olympics Committee. They're not finished coming up. They'll be up with their basketball team to be recognized. So I appreciate the support that you've given these children in their developmental growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. So now we're going to recognize first place. First place was Research Laboratory High School. When we were in a meeting, me and the principal one time, and I'm like, hey, the district ordered cornhole table. She's like, that's great. We don't really have a gym, and we love cornhole. So on behalf of DPCC and Sue Baldwin's department, we'd like to give you the first place trophy and certificate. Again, you want to say something?
I would just say thank you so much for recognizing the students. We actually love cornhole at Research Lab. We did our own cornhole tournament leading up to this event, and the kids asked to have 2 tournaments next year. So we're gonna have a tournament in the fall and the spring. So we're just really excited to be part of it, and we thank you, and I think it's amazing that the kids got their own boards to take home, so thank you.
So the next step for unified sports is to get the district to fund it as a sport. So this was all volunteer. Now we need the funding, so we'll be asking for that. Thank you. You guys can stay up if you want. So now we had our varsity division. City Honors finished 3rd. I don't know if anybody from City Honors is here. Student? Oh, Danielle will come up and grab it. You got the 3rd place one? So Danielle, wait, you can take the trophies back to the school. Stay up here for the photo, Danielle. Second place were the 2 young men to my right here that played for McKinley. We want to thank them. Who's got that? You guys do trophies. And last but not least was Emerson. I don't know if Emerson, is anybody here from Emerson? We'll make sure the supervisor regents exams. So Emerson finished first. We would like to recognize them, and I want to thank all the schools. Next year, we're looking for 100 students to participate. So thank you. Thank you. You guys want a photo with everyone? She needs a lot of training. Yeah, it's coming up.
Okay, we have a few more recognitions to offer. While Dr. Sharon Brown, who is our Chief of Student Support Services, comes forward along with Director Andrea Sanders, as we honor a young lady who has just been outstanding as a student board member this year, representing the voice of her student peers. I believe she will be graduating in a couple of weeks. Dr. Brown?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Williams, and good evening. Dr. Williams and honorable board members and listening audience, thank you so much for carving out time in today's presentation to recognize our scholars. And we're so excited to be able to recognize our student board member, and she is absolutely outstanding, but I will not steal the thunder of our wonderful director, Andrea Sanders, who has done a phenomenal job in leading our Inter-High Student Council. And again, I just want to thank Dr. Williams for creating the spaces to allow us to elevate student voice, because it is so important, and Ms. Deja has done a phenomenal job. And we know that when you go to college that you're going to carry that strong voice with you, and it will carry you on into your career. So now I'm going to turn it over to Director Sanders.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Thank you, Dr. Williams. So Deja Mims has exhibited leadership skills throughout the 23-24 school year as Inter-High Council President, BPS Board of Education Student Representative. Deja has participated and represented her peers by giving her voice to students during the monthly Board of Education meeting, during our monthly Inter-High Student Council meetings as well. She was an advocate for students' rights during the annual Big Five Conference and Student Lobby Day in Albany, New York. She advocated for equal funding, increased restrictions of charter schools, and support for ELL students during conversations with New York State Commissioner of Education, Betty A. Rosa, Senators Tim Kennedy and Senator Ryan, to name a few. She was highlighted in an interview on Student Voice with Superintendent Williams and Board President Belton Cotman. She also participated as an attendee, and panelist during various workshops as student representative. As a senior, Deja will be entering Fayetteville State in North Carolina in the fall. As a nursing major. So we thank Deja for a job well done and wish her well on her future endeavors.
So I like to say that I have the opportunity to work with our students and the student governance model that we currently have. And I have some great ideas, and we're going to have lunch soon, and she's going to tell me what else what I need to do to fix the rest of it. Okay, off the record, she's going to do that for us. So we're very proud of you, and we certainly wish you well. And if there's anything that we can do, you call us, and we'll be there. I promise you that. Thank you. Board members, would you come forward? We'd like to take a group picture, please. You could put this on your resume, that you worked. You really did work. Put that on.
And if I can just add, you know, our board meetings sometimes go pretty late into the evening. And while she was, you know, keeping up with her studies as a 12th grade student, she was at every meeting. She stayed late. She took Ubers home. That's a demonstration of the commitment that this young lady had to the work that she did with the board this year. And we just really want to wish you the very best. Director Sanders would now like to introduce who our incoming student board member will be for next year.
Also, I would like to introduce, you can come up, Lachelle McClure. She is a sophomore currently at Burgard High School. So as a junior, she'll be our incoming president.
You want to say anything?
Hi, my name is Lachelle McClure, and I'm honored to be voted on our student council board, and it's just really nice to be a part of this community and get to know everyone here. Thank you.
Would you like to have something to say? I want them to hear you.
Okay, I just want to say this has been such a great opportunity for me. I enjoyed this year. I wouldn't have been able to even get to this point without Ms. Sanders, the Board of Education, Ms. Brown, and all the other, oh, where did she go? Ms. Brown, and all of the other officials and everyone who helped me. I just want to say congrats to our new student body president and also our student representative. I just hope you have a really good year, and you know, you're gonna soar.
What are you going to take? What subjects are you studying?
Oh, my major? Oh, okay. So I'm going for nursing. I'm not paying. It's an out-of-state HBCU. Don't have to pay. And yeah, I'm going for nursing. Yep. Oh, yes. And I do also want to thank my family, my mother, my father, my brothers, my grandma, because she definitely helped me get over here for some of the rides to the meetings. And I just want to thank everybody, because I had gotten so much support from everybody and everyone. It's just so nice to have a community help me and guide me.
All right. I think the last meeting of the school year is always my favorite meeting, because not because it's the last meeting, but because it's a celebratory time where we really get to honor our students. I'd like to ask Dr. Kelly Baudo, who is our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum, Assessment, and Instruction, to come back up and to introduce some STEAM competition honorees.
Thank you and welcome again. At this time, I'm going to ask Tatiana Merrick, Director of Science, and Katie Agan, Director of STEAM, to come up on May 30th. They led the first annual Buffalo Public Schools STEAM Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, and Mathematics Fair at Buffalo State University now. So I would like them to speak of the projects and to introduce the students.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here to give recognition to our students who did so much amazing work throughout the year at so many different schools throughout the district. So on May 30th, we had, like Dr. Baudo said, our first ever STEAM showcase, and we decided to call it a STEAM showcase instead of a science fair because we really wanted to showcase all of the work that our students across the district have been doing all year in their individual schools. And many, if not all, of the students who presented at the showcase also participated in other competitions. So we had students participate in the Willie Hutch Jones STEAM Fair. We had students participate in the Western New York Terra Fair, the NASA App Development Challenge, which is a national challenge, the American Rocketry Contest, which is also a local and national contest, and the Western New York Invention Convention. In addition, 2 of our students who are going to come up here in a moment also won an award that sent them to Los Angeles, California last month to participate in the International Science and Engineering Science Fair. So congratulations to them as well. Before I call up our students, I just want to recognize all of the schools that participated this year, and hopefully next year we can have even more. So we had 3 elementary schools participate. We had 54, George Blackman, we had 45, the International School, and we had 99, Stanley Mikowski. I've already had principals asking if they can do it next year too from the elementary schools. So from the high school division, we had 156, Frederick Law Olmsted. We had 195, City Honors, 197, MST, or Math, Science, and Technology Preparatory School. We had 198, the International Preparatory School, 207, Lafayette International, 208, Riverside Academy, 212, Leonardo da Vinci High School, 301, Burgard High School, 304, Hutch Tech, 305, McKinley, and 366, Research Lab. So a round of applause for all of the students who participated from the high school as well. So for this showcase, even though many of these students participated in all of those other fairs and challenges, we wanted to internally recognize them as well. So we had high school and elementary divisions, and we had primary research, secondary research, and engineering and design as categories for students to submit work to. And within each of those categories, we had first, second, and third place winners. For our primary research, we had students who participated with research combined with a research institution like Roswell Park or UB, and we also had students who conducted primary research independently just at their school. So we have 2 separate categories for that. I'd like to call up right now a selection of our winners, starting with Francis Tiemann and Vera Vishwanath from City Honors. They'd like to tell you what their research was briefly.
Hi, so we worked at Roswell Park and our project was on synergistic solutions to squamous cell carcinoma. We used 2 different FDA-approved drugs, ribavirin and cobimetinib, to inhibit different areas of communication pathways to prevent the continued growth of this cancer, squamous cell carcinoma.
And to piggyback off of what she said, there's this quote that I often think about, and it's by Nelson Mandela. And it's that education is the most powerful weapon to change the world. Now, I bring up this quote because that is what BPS and BPS teachers have taught and instilled into me. And that's very important because not only have they done that, but they've also instilled the power of STEAM into me. Science, technology, education, art, and math. These 5 separate fields, BPS has managed to combine into one event, and that was the BPS STEAM Showcase. And us winning this award goes to show the dedicated teachers and how dedicated they are to their students outside of the classroom. This extends outside of the classroom. And I also think that the award that we've won goes to show the opportunities available to us in the Buffalo Public School. Opportunities that aren't available at other school districts or private schools.
So again, this goes to show that education is the most powerful weapon that we can use to change the world. And so we just wanted to say a major thank you to BPS for this STEAM showcase and for all they've given us as BPS students, inspiring us to continue our education and reminding us to continue to STEAM on. So thank you, BPS. I don't know if I could have said anything better myself, so thank you, ladies. I have a little anecdote about their project. I received an email this afternoon before I left my office from one of their teacher advisors who helped with the STEM programming at their school. And he told me that because of their research, he decided that he would go get his skin checked because he hadn't done it in several years. I think it was pre-COVID, he mentioned. And when he went, they found a squamous cell carcinoma, which is the type of cancer that they were investigating. And just yesterday, he had it removed. So he'd like to credit them for getting him to the dermatologist and getting that checked out. Next, I'm going to call up our students from Research Lab. I have Ferris Aldulami, Emily Zupa, Micah Abernathy, and Gloria Isimbi. Also, Brianna Turner. The first group of students I mentioned participated as a group for their presentation, and Brianna did work independently, so I'll let them speak now.
Hi, we are from Research Lab. I'm Emily Zupa, this is Gloria, Micah, and Ferris. We did metagenomic sequencing with the help of Dr. Small from UB. Shout out to her. It took a lot of time, but we just wanted to see what you would find in your backyard if you had pets. So we ran DNA samples from a chicken, a dog, and just regular soil to see what viruses and bacteria you would find. We didn't find much, but it was just a project we could do. We did this at our symposium that we do at our school every year, and we are glad we had the opportunity to do this with the help of Dr. Small from UB.
Hola. My name is Brianna Turner, and my project was on blood spatter based off of a projectile. I had a lot of fun doing this, and it was an honor to be a part of the STEAM showcase and at the symposium at my school, and I would love to do this again. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a chance to see the blood spatter presentation at the symposium, and she does a very good job explaining it when she's got her poster behind her. Okay, last but not least, because again, this is just a few of the people who won. Oh, congratulations to the Research Lab students. From Math Science Technology Preparatory School, I have Samina Islam. Samina took first place in secondary research.
Hello, my name is Samina Islam. I'm from Science and Technology School. So my research was named or titled Elephant Toothpaste. It was a chemical reaction made with yeast and sugar. We were actually trying from like this food tech class that if sugar speeds up the reaction of yeast or not, and we were trying with other chemicals. So that's what it was about. And as a result, we saw that sugar did not speed it up. So yeah, that's all. And thank you for having us.
So thank you for your time. I'm glad that we had this opportunity to recognize all of our scholars across the district. And I'll turn it over.
I could just drop the mic right now. You know, Buffalo Public Schools sometimes get kind of a bad rap about what our students don't do, can't do. But I think what you just saw is just a small microcosm of what we have within the Buffalo Public Schools and what our children can do. That was amazing. Wow. You know, I heard them mention his name, and so I'm going to ask if Mr. Willie Hutch Jones would stand up because, oh, he's standing back there. He has a phenomenal summer program that he's been running for several years for children, and it is 100% free, right? Free. And if we have any parents that are listening or who are in the audience, all you have to do is call 716-715-4980. And again, 716-715-4980, or visit whjesp.org, and it is for children ages 6 to 16. They will be offering chess, tennis, basketball, baseball, steel drums, rowing, volleyball, soccer, softball, and swimming. So please give him a call. And you're a retired teacher also? 31 years. Thank you. I'd like to ask if Dr. Reynolds would come up. She is our Chief of Athletics, along with Director Aubrey Lloyd, and they will be recognizing some of our Unified Sports honorees.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Williams, honorable board members, our audience. I am just moved by all of these student recognitions, and we're going to continue to recognize our student athletes. I'll say that our district has had a number of remarkable student athlete accomplishments, but we're recognizing just a portion of them this evening. Our hope is starting next school year that we will do recognitions of our student athletes at the end of each season. And so at this time, I'm going to ask our remarkable Director of Athletics, Mr. Aubrey Lloyd, he has a few words, and then our remarkable coordinator, Mrs. Paula Williams, will recognize and award certificates. I'm going to ask the students in attendance to please make a line, take your certificate, and remain standing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds. Before I get started, I want to say thank you to Mr. Spidell, Dr. Baudo, and I call her something, Kelly Baudo, for everything they've done for athletics and physical education and recognizing our unified athletes. Before we get going, thank you to the Board of Education, to our principals, to our dedicated coaches for their dedication to sports. Good evening, Board of Education, Superintendent, esteemed guests, students, parents, and colleagues. I stand before you today to champion the remarkable journey of unified sports within Buffalo Public Schools. Since its introduction in 2015, unified sports have transformed not only the athletic landscape, but also the fabric of our communities. Buffalo Public Schools' pioneering initiative to embrace unified sports, beginning with basketball, has set a shining example for the rest of the section. The implementation of unified sports in compliance with NISFA showcases our commitment to inclusivity, equality, and the celebration of diversity. What started as a humble endeavor has blossomed into a powerhouse of unified sports programs. These programs hosted at schools such as Research Lab, City Honors, Middle Early College, Hutch Tech, Occupational Training Center, and Frederick Law Olmsted have become beacons of unity and excellence. The expansion of unified sports to include bowling further enriched our athletic landscape. With 5 programs now under the banner, unified sports has captured the hearts and minds of student athletes and spectators alike. The achievements of our unified sports program speaks volumes. Countless sectional championships adorn our trophy cabinets, a testament to the dedication, talent, and spirit of our student athletes. Just recently, in 2024, Unified Bowling Season, City Honor School took first place in the sectional committee event, and Frederick Law Olmsted won the Buffalo League Championship. Just a few days ago, Occupational Training Center won the 2024 Unified Sectional Basketball Culminating Event Tournament. But our successes extend beyond the realm of trophies and accolades. Unified sports have fostered a sense of belonging and camaraderie among students of all abilities. They have shattered barriers, bridged divides, and united our communities in a shared passion for sportsmanship and teamwork. As we celebrate our triumphs, let's look also to the future with optimism and determination. Let us continue to champion the cause of unified sports, to break down barriers, and to build a more inclusive and compassionate society. Please join me in applauding the remarkable achievements of our unified sports programs and reaffirming our commitment to a future where every individual, regardless of ability, is given the opportunity to shine. At this time, we're going to recognize the student athletes for winning their team seasons. Please hold your applause for all students until the end of the announcements, and then together we can applaud all the outstanding student athletes. Thank you. We have quite a few certificates, so give us a minute.
We would like to first recognize the coaches by asking the principals to come forward of OTC, Olmsted, and City Honors. And we recognize Mr. James Bartram, Mr. Andrew Krause, and Mr. Michael Lewis. Okay, we would first like to recognize the Occupational Training Center on their sectional win. Ariana Neely, Melvin Rivera Romero. If you could come forward. Tierra Roberts, Joseph Rodriguez, Miguel Sanchez, Hussein Ahmed, Brahim Al-Zangi, Devin Ashley, Rocco Barilla, William Castro, Michael Colon Quianes, thank you. Manny Campos, Anthony Dozier, L.A. 2, Dakota Grosh, Tyreek Hamilton, Jesus Hernandez, Eric Kinsley, Constantine Kotos, and Sophia Kotos. Tariq Lofton, Jalea Lofton Parker, Joel Lucas.
Let's have a round of applause for this group. We're going to keep it going.
At this time, we would like to recognize City Honors on their Unified Bowling sectional win. Ernest Adams, Ava Courtney, Erdine Dominguez, Therese Dania, Zane Farrell, Kamari Fleming, William Krause, Abby I'm going to botch this and I apologize. Mulakeb, I apologize about that. Olivia Moe, Etha Powell, and Alan Smith.
Another round of applause.
And at this time, we would like to recognize Frederick Law Olmsted on their Unified Bowling Sectional or League win. Caro Carpenter, Johnny Goss III, Keon Hudson, Gabby Leon, William Little, Zachary Maynard, Santino Rogers, Tatum Slawick, Slock, thank you, DeLeon Washington, Liam Weiss, and Demario Washington.
Can we have one final round of applause for all of our student athletes? Thank you so much. And even though we had many who were not able to be here, it's powerful to just put their name out in the atmosphere. Thank you.
Their well-deserved excitement was contagious. So for my final recognition this evening, I've known about it for a little while, but I've put off really addressing it because it's bittersweet. Buffalo Public Schools has had a gem for quite some time. We started in the school district the same year, and we will be losing her as she has earned a superintendency in the Southampton, New York school district. I'm going to take a moment. I usually don't do this, but she is very well deserving of you knowing some of the accolades and things that she has brought to this district. I'm speaking about our very own homegrown Dr. Fatima Morel, who is our Chief of Culturally and Linguistically Responsive Initiatives. Dr. Morel was born and raised in Buffalo, New York, and she is a former Spanish and English teacher, as well as assistant principal, principal, supervising principal, assistant superintendent for instruction and curriculum, New York State certified outside educational expert for school review and improvement, and she has been recognized as a national leader on anti-racist curriculum and pedagogy. She was named as a Time Magazine Innovative Teacher of the Year. That's worthy of some applause in 2022. Dr. Morrell received her doctoral degree from the University at Buffalo, where her dissertation focused on single-sex schools and classrooms in urban school districts. Dr. Morrell is extremely passionate about developing the best practices for classroom instruction for all students. We will miss Dr. Morrell, but we know that she will always be a phone call away. See, when you work for the Buffalo schools, you never really, totally leave us. You know, you're always a phone call or a train ride or an airplane ride away. But we certainly want to give her her flowers today. We want to wish her well. We have a very special gift. Dr. Carestas? We have a very special gift that we want to bestow upon her. She has done so much for this district over her years. She oversees now Big Sister, Little Sisters, Global Scholars, the Jesse Ketchum Awards Program, the Lorna Hill Speaking Contest, My Brother's Keeper, My Brother's Keeper Fellows, My Sister's Keeper, Our Story Project, Scholars for Justice, Healing Circles, and our CLRI curriculum. Dr. Morrell, please come forward. Oh, you're up here. You're up here. We want to give you a very special gift that we give to, you know, our very special administrators, and we want to wish you well in your superintendency. They are lucky to get you. And you let them know they don't treat you well. They don't treat you well, you come back home. Would you like to say a few words?
Yes. Set that down.
It's heavy, right?
Yes, it's very wonderful. Thank you so much. Greetings and good evening, honorable board members and Madam Superintendent and Buffalo Public Schools community. Thank you for this amazing opportunity to be recognized and share a few words on the occasion of my last board meeting with the Buffalo Public Schools. It has been my distinct honor and privilege to serve for 33 years in multiple capacities in the Buffalo Public Schools. Thank you to this great community and my hometown colleagues, family members, and friends for allowing me to serve you all, and especially as the Chief of Culturally and Linguistically Responsive Initiatives, where our collective work together and our efforts have led us to being recognized as a state and national proof point of educational equity and excellence for so many others to emulate and follow, and they do. It is because of the support of this board and superintendent that educational equity could be centered in the narrations and historical genius and brilliance of historically marginalized communities of color could be realized in curriculum, instructional programs, pedagogy, and professional development that supports student growth academically and socio-emotionally. I will forever remain grateful for the opportunities to serve in the various leadership capacities that got us to the excellence that we realize today, Buffalo. I know under the august leadership of our distinguished superintendent and our honorable board and the amazing hardworking staff of the Office of Culturally and Linguistically Responsive Initiatives, not only will the work continue, but it will continue to improve and positively impact the lives of so many students and families. And for that, I am deeply grateful. While my promotion to superintendent is a lifelong dream realized, it is actually bittersweet because I will miss so many people, including my cabinet colleagues, Dr. Bullock. I can't start calling Dr. Shedrick, Dr. Reynolds, Dr. Brown. I can't start calling Dr. Carestis. My cabinet colleagues, Superintendent Williams, the amazing staff in the Office of CLRI, and so many, many, many students that I have touched over the years, parents, board members, community members, building and central office administrators, and so many community partners I have developed relationships with over the years. Please know, I will always hold my Buffalo hometown and the Office of CLRI forever in my heart, along with the Buffalo Bills and real Buffalo chicken wings. I truly love and will miss you. Thank you all for all you have done in assisting to prepare me for the next journey as superintendent of the Southampton schools in Southampton, Long Island. Thank you.
So let the record reflect that this is Buffalo homegrown, and this is what Buffalo Public Schools produce and deliver to the world. Let the record reflect. Let's take a group picture, please, so that she can have it for her memoirs. And this is bittersweet. It has not been easy to get this program up and running, and she persevered, and we're lucky for that. There's a lot of work still to be done. So Southampton, we're putting you on notice. We're sending our best, and we'll take them back if you don't know how to treat them. Don't get it twisted. She's Buffalo owned and grown. Thank you. And Fatima, your mother and father would be very proud of you.
I know. Thank you so much.
I know that's right.
And thanks for this beautiful memento.
Okay. And Dr. Morrell, you'll be pleased to know that we will be walking in the Juneteenth again this year as a district. So we will be walking. I'm going to turn things over to our President, Belton Copman, for a very special resolution. I know you all have seen these gentlemen in these purple blazers. They do so much for the community. This is a true story. When I was a principal at School 37, I just happened to mention in passing to one gentleman who's a member of this fraternity, Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, that it was my dream that our children would be able to wear blazers and ties, and our young ladies would be able to wear cardigans and pleated skirts. And lo and behold, this organization was the first organization that stepped up and came to the school with, it looked like hundreds of blazers with beautiful gold crest, with sweaters for our young ladies and pleated skirts, and for that, I will always appreciate this organization. Thank you for doing that for us then, and I'll turn things over to President Belton Cotton.
Thank you. Board, I'd like to deviate from the agenda, and I am respectfully asking for a motion to move item number 27A, school number 82, the naming resolution to name this school Mr. Ronald Peoples. I knew Mr. Peoples. He had much love. Matter of fact, I go way back, because I'm Buffalo owned and grown too. I remember young Mr. Peoples, and I remember a much later stage of Mr. Peoples, and he was always encouraging and always giving me great advice and encouraging me to continue to fight for our children. So board members, may I have a motion, please? I see board member Shuta. I see Dr. Ann Revere. So we are moving this up. Board member in her absence, Vice President Dr. Kathy Evans Brown has asked Second Vice President Mr. Larry Scott to fill in for her, so I'm going to turn this over to him at this point.
Thank you, President Belton Cotman, and I just want to acknowledge the School 82 staff and students that are here. The students especially, you've been waiting so patiently, so thank you. And also, just real quick, I want to apologize to all those that didn't have a seat tonight, weren't able to sit down. I'm sorry we weren't able to accommodate you with a seat. So this is introduced by Vice President and East District Board Member Dr. Kathy Evans Brown. Whereas it is requested by the Early Childhood Center, PS 82, the family of Mr. Ronald Peoples, and community members of the City of Buffalo, that the late Mr. Ronald Peoples be honored by naming 82 Early Childhood Center in his honor. And whereas the school community of Early Childhood Center, PS 82, under Board Policy 5110, has followed and met the required criteria and all required guidelines pertaining to petitioning, public notification, and community meetings. And whereas Mr. Ronald Peoples was the first black male teacher at the Early Childhood Center, PS 82, and was the first black male elementary supervisor of the Buffalo City School District, served as the director of adult basic education, and served as a homeschool coordinator. And whereas Mr. Ronald Peoples served his community as an adolescent group worker and recreation program specialist at the Neighborhood House Association, served as a youth counselor, case manager, and court liaison at the Community Action Organization. And whereas for 50 years, Mr. Ronald Peoples served his community through Omega Psi-Phi Fraternity Incorporated, and 60 years through his church, Bethel AME Church. And whereas Mr. Ronald Peoples was a board member in several community organizations, including but not limited to the Archie Hunter Foundation, Black Educators Association, Neighborhood House, and the Retired Teachers Association. And whereas Mr. Peoples leaves a legacy of service to the community, especially our youth. Therefore, be it resolved that the Buffalo Board of Education, based on the recommendation of the Early Childhood Center, PS 82 community, family of Mr. Peoples, the community and students positively influenced and supported by the service of the late Mr. Ronald Peoples, respectfully approves the renaming of the Early Childhood Center, PS 82, to the Ronald Peoples School of Scholars.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, see, we got a little more work to do. A little more work to do. We got to hear a couple of more people. I need to bring Principal Dr. Lewis up, and I need to bring Dr. Monica Peoples up. So calm down, we're going to get there. Okay, they're coming. And we're not talking about Dr. Lewis, because she's going to be retiring this year also, after turning her school around and putting it in good standing. We're very proud of her. So give her a round of applause. First off, I would like to say thank you publicly to Dr. Peoples and her family for allowing us to share her father and his memory. This has been 2 years in the making, and so I am very proud and honored that as my last act as principal, that we have changed the name to Ronald Peoples School of Scholars. The school colors will go like this. They were blue and white. Mr. Peoples was a member of the Omega Psi Phi. Their colors are purple and gold. The new school colors will be purple and white. Purple for Mr. Ronald Peoples, and white to commemorate the memory of those that were a part of School 82 prior to the renaming. We don't ever want to forget or erase our history. I'm going to ask that my staff from School 82, parents, please stand. Would you come up and stand behind, please? And I'm going to ask that the members of Omega Psi Phi who have been very supportive, if you all could please stand as well. And we have other members of the Divine Nine here. I see some AKAs here. If you are part of the Divine Nine, please stand. Dr. Peoples?
Ready? Board President, honorable members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Williams, members of the school district, friends, and family. I am Dr. Monica Peoples. I am representing the Peoples family and members of the community. It is our hope and goal to bring forth recognition to a man who served the most important constituents, the students. To change the name of School 82 to Ronald Peoples School of Scholars should not be done without careful consideration. Consideration of the values and the contribution of the man whose name will be placed on the building. My father believed in multi-generational learning. The Ronald Peoples School of Scholars will be a place where teachers' words lift students up and encourage students to strive for the scholar in themselves. These students will value learning and not fear failure. Dad believed it was the second, the third, and the fourth attempts where actual learning takes place. Students at the Ronald Peoples School of Scholars will take with them values of lifelong learning and pride of being a Ronald Peoples Scholar. The foundation will guide their path towards graduation and continued learning. We all know Ronald Peoples would expect nothing less. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent, and to the honorable members of the Board of Education. Say that on mic. Say that again. I said thank you to everyone because it has truly been a pleasure and an honor to serve the children of Buffalo Public Schools for 33 years. Awesome. We still have business to take care of. Board members, you have heard the request. Stay there. You have heard the request of the community to change public school number 82 to the Ronald Peoples School of Scholars. Council, I would like to individually poll the board. There you go. Please, for the record.
Well, I would like to say that I too went to school 82, and this is a huge, huge thing for me, for Ronald Peoples. I know the man, I know him very well. And I just congratulate the work of Monica, Dr. Monica Peoples, that she have done with this, trying to get the school renamed, the staff, and all my friends in my childhood that we went to school together. We did everything at School 82, from Lanefield, Kenfield. I was on Cortlandt Street, and we all just love one another. We love this idea. So thank you so much. I do. I agree.
Board Member McKecken.
Yes.
Board Member McCosey.
Yes.
Board Member Rivera.
Yes.
Board Member Shuta.
Proudly yes.
Vice President Scott.
Yes.
Board Member Woods.
To God be the glory, yes.
And Board President Belton Cotman.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
Thank you. So let's try to get a picture of everybody come in a little bit. So Monica, you want to get up front? You, Dr. Lewis, want to get up? Can y'all be seen? Okay, we want to make sure you are included in that. So is that Tina's mom? All minds clear. Thank you so much. I can assure you the best is yet to come. I worked with Monica while she was on the board working for the district, and she is a stickler for excellence. So the best is yet to come for that school. Okay. Thank you. So for those who were looking for a seat, we have some openings now. Hi, see some of my friends are out here tonight. Thank you, board members and community. We need to move forward. I need to do a point of order before I proceed. Prior to the board, this meeting starting, the board went into executive session for the purpose of receiving legal advice and advice regarding a potential employee. No official actions was taken during executive session. So we're going to try to see if we can let the excitement calm down a little bit. We are ready now for our speakers. I want to thank the speakers for being patient to stay and wait. At this time, the board welcomes speakers who have signed up to speak at tonight's meeting. Please be reminded that all speaker remarks must be limited to 3 minutes or less. We ask that speakers be mindful that this is a business meeting open to the public and televised locally. Attendees and viewers include persons from throughout Western New York, including children. The board asks that speakers conduct themselves professionally and that their comments remain civil and courteous, bearing in mind that they will be heard by people of all ages. This is an opportunity for Buffalo's residents to address the Buffalo Board of Ed about issues that serve the public's interests and the district mission. And the board asks that speakers demonstrate appropriate decorum. With that said, we have Bonnie Labana, please correct me, concerned citizen, Kensington Expressway Project and Health. Are you there? Is Bonnie here? Okay, thank you. 1, 2, 3, okay. Emir Neves, concerned citizen, Kensington Expressway. Zaire Farah, please correct me if I've misspelled your name, no disrespect intended, student music education program in Buffalo. Let the young folks teach the old folks. How you want to say it?
Zanyar.
Did she say it right?
Yes, she did.
Okay, okay.
Thank you, Deja. So first off, I'd like to thank Superintendent Williams, Board President Belton Cotman, and all distinguished members of the board for allowing us to come together and speak about our concerns today. At the age of 10, I struggled in school. My grades were terrible, and I was being bullied for my weight. So to say the least, my childhood was a bit difficult. But then I was introduced to the cello in a public school music program. At first, I found it difficult to keep going, but the steady progression in something gave me hope. I eventually developed a deep passion for the cello, a kind of connection that I cannot put into words. It helped me cope with the struggles of my life during that time, and it helped me learn the importance of hard work, passion. In turn, my grades improved, and I made some very good friends. These improvements in my life helped me find the courage to get out of bed and go to school every day, and all of that was because I chose to pick up the cello. Since then, I have made connections with people like musicians in the Buffalo Philharmonic, the presidents of numerous orchestras, and peers that I have met through being accepted into the NISMA and ECMEA ensembles. Furthermore, I recently had the honor of performing at Fredonia and UB, all thanks to my music teachers and my school who assisted me and encouraged me to keep pursuing my music. I think it's safe to say that our music department has offered me a lot of opportunities that no simple kid from the inner city would usually have, which is why I was genuinely heartbroken when I had heard the possibility of cutting our music departments. One day, a kid like myself will walk through the doors of one of our schools with the same difficulties I had. And instead of having a music department to rely on, they'll be stuck with dealing with the stresses on their own. We all are familiar with the studies that look into music education benefiting students. For instance, the APA, American Psychological Association, concurring that students who practice music score higher in math, science, and English. So to ensure that we are putting our children and our families first, to ensure high academic achievement for all, we should heavily reconsider the cuts being made to our music departments. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, young man. Our next speaker is Dr. David Caban, community member, Regents exam, versus project portfolio at Lafayette International High School. Welcome, Dr. Caban.
Thank you. Members of the board, Superintendent, Dr. Williams. Okay, Multilingual Education Advisory Committee, MEAC, was established in 2010 as a standing committee to the board to advise on issues related to English language learners, ELS. With that said, I'll celebrate with you this evening with the announcement of a New York State Education Department regarding the regions required by every student to obtain a New York State high school diploma. That point, that's a celebration next year, starting next year. You are well aware that that is no longer required, it's an option. With that, MEAC is asking Buffalo Board of Education members to advocate for an alternative and equitable education pathway for ELS to obtain a New York State high school diploma. Specifically, we seek approval for these students to have options which include performance-based assessment with standard rubrics such as portfolio assessment, as well as certificates from real-world jobs and internships as an alternative to New York State Regents exam. The district serves a significant number of overage, undercredited ELs, students with interrupted formal education, to call SITE, special needs students, and Title I students, all ELs. Not all of them are ELs, but there are ELs included in that. The traditional Regents exam poses an insurmountable barrier for these students who, despite their best efforts, struggle with an exam designed for native English speakers. For the past 5 years, MEAC has highlighted the dropout rate among ELs in our district, especially the disproportional and high number rate among Spanish language group, which is the largest language group. Providing an alternative assessment method in the district would offer these students a fair chance to demonstrate their knowledge and skills, thereby increasing their chances of obtaining a high school diploma. It is important to recognize that very few of us, if any, would succeed in passing a language arts exam in a language and context foreign to us, much like these students face with the Regents exams. Many of these students arrive in the district without the necessary academic skills in their native language, making the task even more daunting. In summary, we'd like to we'd like your help to secure the ability for ELs to choose performance-based assessment, such as portfolio assessment, making other options such as internships available in place of the New York State region. This change will require additional E&L staff and bilingual aides to support this pathway option. But it will provide an equitable, achievable pathway for all ELs students to meet high school graduation requirements and achieve their educational goals.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Caban. Our next speaker is Espadell, parent, and followed by Jeremy Lyman, teacher, librarian.
Thank you. I'll keep this pretty short. I forgot to thank Parent Congress for the support of the cornhole table, so I want to make sure support. And this year was just the first phase. I will be actively pursuing this statewide for our children, and would gladly love the support of the district, Dr. Reynolds, Aubrey Lloyd, and look forward to more events. Tomorrow, 156 is our fun Sunday, summer festival, and we'll be having a cornhole tournament there. We'll have a dunk tank there. So anybody wants to stop by, superintendent, you want to practice cornhole, that should be the spot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spadell. Is Jeremy Lyman here? Thank you. Teacher, librarian, yes. Welcome.
Good evening. So I'm just trying to use my time to address the fact that we need more resources and assistance at Riverside High School. In my 4 years at this school, we've had 3 different principals. In my almost 10 years in the district, I've never experienced the same set of administration from year to year. We are severely lacking in resources that include space in our building, supports for our students, that create more opportunities for them. So when I sat through this meeting, I heard about all the wonderful things that are going on district-wide, and it feels like a lot of those things are missing my building. Last year alone, our auditorium without lights hasn't been with sound for several years. Our pool leaks. We have parts of our building literally falling apart. It's been about at least 5+ years since all of our lights have been fixed throughout the building and hallways. Like, we just need resources and supports in our building. We don't need CAI upstairs and in our basement. We need our building back. We need students in the building, we need teachers in the building, we need supports in the building, and we need things that are actually gonna help us progress and not draw back. Like, every school has had issues since COVID. Every school has had issues this year, especially with the fights and the violence and everything like that. And I know we've been in the news about several things, even though one of them wasn't actually our building. But we are a developing school building, but we can't build without resources. We don't have enough students, we don't have enough teachers, we don't have enough resources in our building. Our gym is hot, it's not ventilated. There's a lot of things going wrong in our building that could be fixed with additional support and resources from the district, and these things need to happen routinely. Like, next year, we're supposed to get musicals. We don't have a working sound system. It's been damaged since I've been there, 4 years or longer. Multiple principals and assistant principals have tried to get it fixed. Now we can't tell students about a musical program that they're gonna get or a theater, and there are no mics, there are no lights, things aren't working properly. So our new engineer has been doing a great job in our building. We have a lot of dedicated staff that has been doing a great job in our building, but we're doing a lot of the work shorthanded. I am the librarian, I coach basketball, I'm coaching volleyball, I'm coaching track, I'm doing the yearbook, I'm doing this, and we have a lot of other people doing a lot of different things, wearing many hats in our building, especially those who are social workers, helping with our kids who have a lot of things going on, but that's not our job title. We don't have enough resources to help those who need it, so when it comes time to providing for our kids, sometimes I have to rob Peter to pay Paul. I shouldn't short a student on library resource information to help them with this, social emotional need, even though they need it, because we don't have enough help. We have more special ed students and issues in the last several years that I've seen. It's honestly ridiculous. We really need support, we really need help, and we're willing to do the work. We just need the help to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyman. Hosea Fisher, teacher, fights in our schools. Not here. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Tamari Sharpe, student, cuts in the music program.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Williams, Board President Belton Coldman, all members of the board, and all listeners. I just wanted to begin with expressing my gratitude for you all letting me speak here today. As you know, my name is Tamari Sharp, and I am a graduating senior at Frederick Law Olmsted. I have played both the flute and the violin for a combined 7 years. Additionally, I have been in a choir for the past 2 years. And in these 2 years alone, I performed at Buffalo State University with an honors choir at the age of 16. I have been in 3 theatric productions, including one at Shea 710 Theater with Tony Award-winning Broadway actors. With these opportunities, I have made connections with established performers and musicians. And all of these experiences have given me a new definition of life. I'm happier than I've ever been, and I now know my purpose. I am now enrolled in Buffalo State University as a psychology major and a theater minor. Soon, there will be a child who will never have those opportunities. And this is because all the opportunities and experience I just shared with you were only possible because of the music department at my and at other schools in Buffalo. There are countless children in our community who are being deprived of access to music education and the power it holds. Music education is not just about learning rhythms and songs. It's about creativity, discipline, collaboration, and emotional expression. And without music opportunities being provided for free at our public schools, many children will go without ever expressing their musical interest. Many parents do not have the money or the time to put into their children into music lessons outside of school. I want every child to have the same and fair chance at finding their passion like I did. I wouldn't be half the person I am today if it weren't for these opportunities I've had in this city school district. I fear for the day that a child walks through the doors of one of our schools with intention, with drive, an unknown passion, just to be never given a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melina Fisher.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Williams. I always appreciate you taking the time to hear parents, concerned citizens, and employees here in this forum. Most of you know of the incident that my family has faced within the last month. So I, as a parent, of course, had my moment, as you saw last board meeting. But I took the time to sit and listen and ponder. And during that, I came back to the old adage, it takes a village to raise a child. It takes yourselves, it takes the teachers, and it takes myself as a parent. We as parents have a responsibility to you as our educators, as well as in teaching our children the respect that you guys deserve, and showing them the acceptable behavior for the schools that they are so willingly given. I understand the social and the demographic challenges faced here within this school district. So I, as a parent, will do this. I will pledge to you, the district and the educators, to teach my children respect and correct behavior. I pledge to work with parents in helping them and giving them the support that they need to also do the same. I pledge my all as a woman, a wife, a mother, and a daughter to this cause, because I know it will help build the environment we need for our children in our schools. This is what I can do on my end as a parent. What am I asking for, and what I am calling on the board members here tonight, is to look at their schools and to help evaluate the suspensions for assault, for fighting, and for other violent behavior, and to help ensure that their schools are implementing our emergency response plans. When schools fail to follow this plan and fail to file the necessary reports, they are actually hurting the children and their teachers within their school buildings. No wonder this behavior has been seen on repeat. We need schools to file these and to request the behavioral intervention services that is available through these filings. This is why we have reformed our programs and we have stopped arresting children 12 and under, because we realize that filling up juvie centers with children is unnecessary, but getting them the services that they need is. But if we don't request those services, then this social reform cannot work. I would like to caution about not intervening at an early age. While I understand the necessity maybe in the older grades due to safety concerns, when we don't intervene with our children, our small children, we teach them two things. We teach them that violence is acceptable, and we teach them the bystander effect. So I, as a parent, am calling on you all today to please go to your schools and ensure that they understand the emergency response plan and that they also implement it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Fisher. Mark Bruno, concerned citizen, parent and union representative. I'd like to remind Mr. Bruno that there is decorum in this place. Thank you.
Thanks for the reminder. Good evening to everyone. I want to thank my librarian, Jeremy Lyman, for speaking tonight, and he's such a cornerstone of our school, and we're so blessed to have him. So there were comments made at the board meeting last month. My name was specifically brought up, and I will address those comments in an email to the board and not bring them up here. But there was an insinuation about, a parent spoke. It was very moving. Her child was injured in a fight. I want the public to understand what Buffalo teachers do on a regular basis. We walk into buildings and in many cases break up violent fights that most people can't even imagine. And if you saw the video footage of many of these fights, there would be a national outcry on what goes on in some of our schools. This idea that we got a new contract and that somehow requires us to break up serious physical fights, part of the problem is there's no policy. Many building administrators tell teachers, do not break up fights, call security. Many teachers do break up fights. I've broken up countless fights in my 20+ years at Riverside. Last year I broke up a fight and I had dangerously high blood pressure for the whole next week. The nurse begged me to go to the emergency room. I'm 49 with a 6-year-old. I think we need to understand what we are walking into every single day is not normal in many of our schools. It is not normal to go into work every day as a professional, as a teacher, and break up violent fights, even though we do it. And I think we're looking from the whole board tonight is support for that. Thank you for that. Thank you for doing that and going above and beyond. And if a teacher decides not to break up a fight because they're pregnant or have a pre-existing medical condition, or many of our teachers have been severely injured before. My school psychologist told me today she was hit by a steel chair by a student and she hasn't been the same since. She's had surgeries, she can't play with her kids like she used to, she was in tears. So I just want to say we have to be very careful with our comments, because a lot of teachers took the comments made at the last board meeting to insinuate that, we just let students, if they're fighting, beat the heck out of each other, which couldn't be farther from the truth. A teacher has a right, especially if they have medical conditions, we're really directed by many of our people, our administrators, to not break up fights. So I hope the board can thank us tonight instead of trying to demonize us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruno. Next speaker is Grace House. Grace, say your last name for me, please. Thank you.
Karambisi. Hello, good evening, board members, the superintendent and the president of the board. My name is Grace Karambisi, and I am a concerned citizen as well as a graduate from Buffalo Public Schools. I currently lead the work with the Buffalo Immigrant Leadership Team, which have for mission to develop leadership among immigrants and refugees. Of course, this week I was very delighted with the prospect of the alternative pathway to graduation announced earlier this week. And personally, it is because when I came to the United States over 20 years ago, I had to take the Regents exam within 3 months after I enrolled in schools. And I remember it was my biology Regent exam, and I stayed in that class for more than 5 hours with the interpreters. So that news really, made me very happy and really encouraged to continue to advocate for the student here. But also I realized the responsibility that we have, because we are at the pivot point of the history of the New York State education. How well we do the transition as a district will be written in our city history. So as adults, we owe our students a system that is equitable, a system that offers opportunity to learn and to be challenged so they can flourish in their future endeavors. This evening, I'm here to speak about the performance-based assessment, the portfolio, and I highly encourage the school communities to support it. I had the honor to serve as a judge multiple times at the school, Lafayette International High School, where we work with the students and really give them feedback, constructive feedbacks to go back. But one story, one story of a student really was remarkable, and I carry that with me. And it was, we were working with a student who could be pushed a little bit harder, who could improve his writing, but he hasn't done so. So as the judge, we were judging the project, the portfolio, we decided that we would give this student another chance to be able to review his work, to go and then improve it. And at the same time, we communicate with the teacher who was the mentor who supervised his work. So with that work, when Mr. Starkey, who is the principal, agreed to supervise or to mentor the process, that was really good because we learned that the student needed really what we would call soft skills. So with 80% of the students at Lafayette reading at the third grade level or lower, I believe that like the portfolio will be a good thing for them to continue to really learn, because it gives them a chance to learn what they can take into their normal life or outside once they graduate. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Principal John Starkey. Performance-based portfolio assessment.
Good evening, Superintendent Williams, esteemed board members, and BPS community. My name is John Starkey, and I'm not just the principal of Lafayette International High School, but also the proud parent of 2 bilingual BPS daughters. What we want for our own children should also be what we as educators want for our students. That is why so many of us applaud the decision from New York State this past Monday to confirm that the school year's coming up, there will be pathways in addition to Regents exams for students to graduate high school. At our high school, we're serving BPS's newest English language learners, including those with special needs, overage, undercredited, and those with little to no formal education prior to arriving to BPS. One important strategy that has been a major transformational factor in us securing over an 80% graduation rate in our first 4 graduating classes, despite having such a high needs population, has been performance-based project learning and assessment. Portfolio project work is in-depth and aligns to New York State's and Buffalo Public's learning standards and goals. I've been involved in project-based learning and assessment my whole educational career, including as a teacher and principal at LaGuardia International High School in Queens. Part of the Internationals Network for Public Schools, a national network of schools using portfolio assessment for ELs. The network has been using portfolio assessment as a state-approved, viable alternative to some Regents exams for decades. We're not saying testing doesn't have its value and place in education, but rather that students should learn and be assessed in a variety of ways. Taking students who have never been in a formal setting before and having them take and fail exams over and over and over again until finally they drop or age out is not the solution. Instead, we have a system that asks students to collaborate, research, write, revise, present, defend, and revise again, all while incorporating their experiences, perspectives, cultures, languages, and more into their learning so they can connect academic concepts to their own lives and goals. Just in the last few weeks, we've seen students use these projects to secure awards in science fairs, secure seals of biliteracy and civic readiness, and defend and present their ideas at community school entrepreneurial competitions. Whether it is our blind and deaf English language learners, our college-bound students looking to be challenged up while finding and seeking meaning and application for their learning, or those recently arrived students who have escaped war and instability, portfolio assessment offers entry points and assessments within the student's zone of proximal development and helps them move to the next level and level the playing field of education. This isn't only good for our students, board members, but this is also good for our own children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Eve Shippens, teacher.
Hi, everyone. I'm a 23-year teacher at East High School.
I'm also alumni of the Buffalo Public Schools, and all of my kids and extra kids are products of the Buffalo Public Schools. As an educator, I have put myself in harm's way on several occasions. One of the times, these two girls who I was the favorite teacher of got into an argument in my classroom, and because I stepped in the way, because I knew how much they liked me, they threw me across the room. Another time, a girl was beating another girl's head into a locker, and I went to grab her because what else was I supposed to do? I couldn't watch that happen. And when I grabbed her wrist, and I only grabbed her wrist, she turned to me and said, "I'll hire a lawyer. I'll have your job." These are the real issues that we face when we are asked to put ourselves in harm's way. And I don't want that liability. I have a family that I'm responsible for. I also have kids in the classroom that I'm responsible for. If I am injured, I can't come to school and teach. We already have a teacher shortage. I'm already teaching a 6 period a day. Almost all the teachers in my school are teaching a 6 period a day. So we are really having the wrong conversation. It's not teachers versus parents versus board members versus the district. We're all on the same side. We want safe schools. We need to get to the root causes. We need respect. We need to build relationships. And we need to make sure that it's safe for everybody. And so I'm really asking that that's where we focus and not on the division, because we all will do better for our kids if we work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Regine Deja. Help me out with that.
Good evening. My name is Regine Danga. I am a public health specialist with Partnership for the Public Good, a community think tank organization collaborating with community-based organizations to advocate for social justice issues. With over 340 partner organizations, PPG facilitates an yearly voting process to prioritize our policy issue, especially here in Western New York. And this year, one of our policy priorities is performance-based education for refugee and immigrants and new Americans in Buffalo Public Schools. Collaborating with organizations like Buffalo Immigration Leadership Team, Jewish Family Services, International Child Advancement, we advocate for this cause. Our proposal aims to support Lafayette High School in initiating a performance-based assessment pilot with a goal of expanding to other Buffalo public schools. Performance-based assessment evaluates students' learning through real-world tasks such as projects, meaning assessment and portfolio presentation rather than traditional standardized tests. New York State recently proposed to eliminate Regent exams for a high school diploma on June 10th, signifying a shift towards performance-based assessment, especially benefiting ELA students. And one of the transformations proposal the New York State Education Department proposed was portray of graduation, redefine credits, sunset diploma requirements, and single diploma system. And some of the performance-based benefits include holistic evaluation, which help to assess students in a wide range of skills beyond standardized tests. Also, it helps to improve engagement and motivate students to continue learning, support ELA students in learning, and also eliminating language barrier, and also promote equity and inclusion, making sure no student is left behind. So this strategy really aligns with current education trend, fostering a more inclusive and effective learning atmosphere. It is crucial for Buffalo public school to adopt this approach, especially since New York State no longer mandates Regent exam starting next year. The transformation category recommended by New York State Education, which also support performance-based assessment in terms of learning principle and ensure that no student is left behind. So I'm here today on behalf of PPG to ask the board to support this approach and also to continue to support performance-based assessment learning, and also let us know your feedback and what else can we do as a community and also organization to support this cause. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Rich Nigro, President of the BTF.
Tall people problems. Good evening, Superintendent, esteemed board members, teachers, administrators, parents, and students, guests both in person and remotely. My name is Rich Nigro. I'm the president of the Buffalo Teachers Federation. I'm also Buffalo born and raised, graduated from BPS schools, as do my wife and daughter, had my wife and daughter. I teach or have taught for the last quarter century in the BPS, as do my wife and daughter. And I do so because I love this district. I love the students. I love the community. That's the thing that keeps us here. But I'm here today specifically to address the divisive comments that Board President Cotman made at last month's meeting. 5 days before last month's meeting, Board President Cotman, you called me and you asked, is it true the union directs teachers not to intervene when there's a fight? And I replied, absolutely not. The union advises its members not to physically intervene, but you must intervene. Now, there's a lot of ways that you can do that. You can issue verbal commands for the kids to stop. You can move your students away from the fight. You can manage crowd control so kids don't jump in or try to get into the middle of it. You can call the office for support. You can call security for support. You can call your neighbor for support. You can send a student out to a neighboring teacher to ask them to get help. And many teachers do a combination of these things. There's a lot of ways that teachers can intervene when fights occur. But we do advise our members not to physically intervene. Why? One reason is that teachers could be injured. A teacher's has responsibility to every one of the students in their class. They've got responsibility to all of the students in their building. Whether it's a fight in the cafeteria or in the hallway or whatever, it doesn't matter. They've got a responsibility to those kids, a moral and work-related responsibility. If a teacher's injured while attempting to physically break up a fight, if they're injured, left incapacitated, knocked out, and these are all things that I've seen in my 25 years, and now in my current position, I get these calls all the time. That leaves the other students vulnerable to imminent danger. Teachers have suffered long-term and permanent injuries from breaking up fights. Students and parents have claimed that in the course of physically fighting with other students, that their child received an injury from a teacher who broke up the fight. These are all real instances, real occurrences. These things really happen. 3 days ago, we received a call at the office of a teacher aide who was struck by a student when she tried to break a fight up. The student was sent to the main office. Bell rings, the next period starts, the student was sent to class, another class, but same group of kids because middle school travel in blocks. Well, the student began fighting again with the other student. Different class, different teacher, went to intervene. This is 2 days ago. In the process of that, the teacher injured her knee, was pushed out of the building in a wheelchair, was picked up by a family member because she couldn't drive, was taken to urgent care and then transferred to ECMC, where she stayed until 11 o'clock that night, 2 nights ago. Contrary to what you've said, President Cotman, I can't give teachers directives. I'm not their boss. I'm their president. I can only advise them. And that's why if I asked every teacher in this room, or even admin or teacher aide or assistant in this room to raise your hand if you've broken up a fight, you'll see most of these hands go up. Because they have and they do. because they've got an innate concern for their students' safety. They don't want to see them hurt. And they feel so staunchly that they often put themselves in harm's way to physically intervene. Over my career, I've done it hundreds of times. Now, after speaking with Board President Kottman before last month's meeting, why would she say that the union directs its members to not intervene? That is a mystery to me. I neither said nor implied that. We suggest you don't physically intervene, but you must intervene. That's the message. That's always been the message, and it'll always be the message. I can say it easily because I've said it repeatedly a number of times to all members. It rolls off the tongue. It's a natural response, and it's our position, and we stand by that. We advise our members, and we don't do so lightly. We don't do things in a knee-jerk way. We do it based on conversations, in this case, with our legal counsel, and that's exactly what we did early in my tenure in this position. Being new to this position, I've asked a lot of questions, and I've talked to a lot of people. I'm humble enough to know that I don't know everything. I'm comfortable with that. We consulted with and vetted these recommendations with our affiliates at NYSET's Office of General Counsel. We discussed what the rights and responsibilities of teachers are in situations like these. And they provided us with court cases that support the advice that we give to members. Teachers are required to intervene in some ways, but physical intervention is not a mandate. And President Kottman, I invite you to speak with your own Office of General Counsel. I'm sure they'll tell you the same thing. The second comment that I'd like to respond to is something that you've grown fond of saying since the ratification of the teacher's contract last April, and that's regarding the current salary. Much has been given and much is expected in return, and much is required. I agree with you, although not in the way that you implied. Teachers have given much. They've given much of themselves to this district in time, in money. They've given much of themselves in personal sacrifice, personal safety. They give much every single day. The salary they're now earning came from negotiations between this Board of Education and the Federation and the superintendent. Both district and Federation gave some things up, and both district and Federation got some things in return. And that's how negotiations work. Nobody was strong-armed. Nobody would have signed anything if they didn't agree to it. The salary teachers are finally earning right now would amount to about the same dollar amount had we received timely contracts over the last 20 years, according to the standard consumer price index of about 2%. We'd be right where we are right now monetarily. And that doesn't take into account other things like compounded interest or 3 wage freeze, but we are where we are right now. And those timely contracts does not rest solely on the shoulders of the board and the district. The Federation has a hand in that too. We all are partners in this thing. So we got to work together. Much is expected in return from this board and from Board President Kottman. You represent not only the students and parents, but also the teachers and administrators in this district, the clerical staff, security in the buildings, custodians, engineers, cafeteria workers. You represent everybody. And I find it reprehensible for you to use such divisive language and false claims to try to, what I can only perceive would be to pit people against each other, and I don't understand why. We've seen this whole us versus them thing before, and we see where it leads. It doesn't lead anywhere, it's a dead end. In the last 11 months, the Federation has established relationships with the district administration, with subject area directors, with human resources, building principals. We hold monthly labor management meetings. When I talk with staff who work at my office and who've been there for a long time, especially when we first started having these conversations, I would ask them, well, what can we expect from this meeting? And often the response would be, I don't know, we've never had a meeting like this before. There was an excitement because we're coming together and we're talking things out. That's good. We all should be doing that. And now we're meeting on various topics all the time. We've got a third meeting in a series of school safety meetings later this month with the superintendent and her cabinet. We're working through problems before they become bigger issues. We're exchanging ideas. I've got folks downtown who call me and ask for our input in things they may not have to. That is healthy. And that's what we want, both of us. We go to building committee meetings, we talk with principals. You can speak with any of the subject area directors, ASLs, principals, district administrators, you'll find the same message to be consistent. The Federation and district have a healthy working relationship. That's good, it benefits all of us. So it puzzles me why, in your position of comprehensive representation, you would seek to do something or say something that would pull us in opposite directions. We're all different parts of the same body, and it behooves us to work together. And that includes parents. And Ms. Fisher, thank you for your comments a moment ago. I appreciate them, and I agree with them. Parents have a seat at this table too. The only reason why we're here is because of the kids. Otherwise, we'd be working different jobs. I'd be swinging a hammer again. And that's our common ground, the kids. Whatever past counterproductive, divisive notions that anybody has, they got to leave them on the sidelines if we're going to move forward in a positive direction. The last thing that I'll address are what I perceive as anti-union rhetoric. This union animus that you seem to hold for whatever reason is something that I'm familiar with. I've heard it before. It's an easy but uncreative way to sow division. This right here is the reason why unions exist. It's a textbook example of how slander and defamation, how slander turns to defamation on things that I've seen or I'm told are circulated on social media. I kind of stepped away from social media, but contrary to what's been posted, teachers are not here in protest. This isn't a protest. It's a public forum and we're speaking in response to comments made publicly at last month's meeting. That's all this is. It's not a rally. It's a public forum. The job of the union is to guarantee the negotiated rights, that those negotiated rights are protected. The process is protected. And these are rights and processes that have been agreed to by both parties. Our job is to ensure that they're followed by both parties. Rights and processes negotiated by both the federation, superintendent, the board. That's the responsibility of the union, and I take it seriously. If somebody comes to us with a complaint, it's not a contractual violation, then we work through it in different ways. We are often through conversations with teachers and admins, and I think that we're turning a corner. It concerns me that we've got central office and building principals working with the Federation, but our board president is making incendiary comments and false claims. At the Board of Education's reorganization meeting in January this year, President Kottman, you said to your fellow board members, there is room at this table for everyone. There always has been. However, you cannot function as a lone wolf. That is not how the board operates. Your recent words and actions don't align with that statement. And I don't believe your comments at last month's board meeting reflect the sentiments of all your colleagues here at this table. Your appointed position holds a great deal of responsibility, and like me, you're the face and voice for a larger body, and your words and actions have to reflect that. We've had a lot of conversations over this past year, and we agree on a lot of things, and we disagree on some stuff, and we debate that. That's healthy and that's good. But I don't know where the commentary came from at last month's meeting, and that's why I'm addressing this now. This bridge is not burned. It's a little rickety, but it's still standing. The Federation's replacing boards, and we're working to the middle. And I think the district is doing the same thing. But if comments like that, Board President, you're pulling boards off as fast as we're nailing them in place, and we'll never get anywhere. We all need to respect one another. We have to be pulling in the same direction toward a unified goal. And that's what's best for the kids, and that is what's best for all of us. It is my hope that we are able to meet in the middle of that bridge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Board President. I want to thank the speakers and the audience for being patient. I know that tonight was a little long with a lot of recognitions that we had for our students, but that's what we're about. the good work that is happening in our district. I will start, I'm going to chunk out some of the responses. I'll start out with the easiest, and that would go to our DPCC president, Mr. Spidell. I can assuredly confirm that I will not be at the dunk tank for that activity, but cornhole, I'm going to practice and I'm going to get better with that. So I'm looking forward to that. It's a lot of fun. Next to the two young people that spoke about music and the importance of it, I don't think there is a single person in this room that would not agree with what both of you has shared so passionately and how it has enhanced your lives. When we had to make some really hard decisions, you know, when you're experiencing budget deficits, you know that something has to go. And in Buffalo Public Schools, everything is important, and our children deserve everything that they've gotten over the last 3 years. But I will say this, we prioritized music. And so the cuts were minimal. I will look at, you both mentioned Olmsted Schools specifically, and I will look at it. We had a board meeting there last year, and we were treated to hearing the chorus sing so beautifully and the orchestra, and we were all impressed with what we saw. So I will take a look at that and see where we are with that. Thank you both for coming out tonight. The performance-based assessments, we heard from several folks, from our MEAC president, who is a former also cabinet member for the school district. We heard from our principal, Starkey. We heard, I believe, from a staff member and maybe even a community member about it. I want to assure you that Buffalo Public Schools was a part of the Blue Ribbon Committee and looking at project-based learning. For those of you who have been around for a long time like me, we used to have a City of Schools program where students were able to demonstrate mastery and proficiency with more than just a paper pencil test on one day, because it could be that you have a toothache on that day or you just don't feel good on that day, and everything rides on that one test. So I think that, you know, most all of us understand that we're in a place now, we're in a different space where it is time to look at multiple ways for students to be able to demonstrate the learning that they have experienced. I think we're, you know, early in the process. We have a dynamic commissioner and chancellor of education. They get it. They get it. They put together an inclusive committee from across the state to look at it, and that's how these new requirements, you know, even came about. So I believe we're at a stage where very soon there will be opportunities for folks across the state to have input into it. That's kind of the process that goes along with it. But I think most all of us understand that we have students that are at different levels, that have different needs, and that having the opportunity for project-based learning is a win-win. And so we'll be looking for more information on that as the year unfolds. So now, I want to just address, you know, one parent, Ms. Fisher, who comes, you take your time, you know, every month, really, to come before us and to share in very heartfelt ways your truth. Sometimes it's a pat on the back, and sometimes it's information that we just need to hear. It's difficult information. I appreciate the pledge that you started out with as a parent. As a parent, you know, the goal for some of the things that, and it's not just Buffalo schools that have children that have traumas and that have difficulties. It is across this state and nation. It's everywhere. And, you know, I just want to say to you that, you know, it will really take the village. It is not just, you know, the teachers, the counselors, the principals. It's going to take all of us collectively together, working with our children so that they come to school happy, ready to learn, ready to be friends, and then we cut down on some of this. So you mentioned the emergency response plans. I want to thank you and your husband for taking time and speaking with me a couple of weeks ago. And you mentioned this then, and so we certainly hear that concern. And I know that, you know, there are opportunities for parents to engage with that. When it's time for us to take a look at that plan, I certainly would invite you to be a voice. You're saying call you, we will call, so that your voice can be heard along with some other parents also. Thank you for coming tonight. So we heard from several teachers tonight on concerns around student behaviors and fights and things that happen, again, not just in Buffalo schools. You know, we have to be careful because it is not just, but any time you have hundreds of young people together, things can happen. I don't care if they're 3 years old or 18 years old. Things can happen. Mr. Lyman from Riverside started out by saying that resources are needed, consistency is needed. I agree. I think those are things that help when we have difficulties. Resources, we prioritized counselors, social workers, psychologists, because that is what I heard, not only from staff. When I went around to high schools and I spoke with students about what did they need in their schools to be successful. They prioritized that this is what they needed. And so we made sure that we prioritize that. But make no mistake, safety is not an easy decision. I have said it several times at this table, and I'm going to say it again tonight. The S that I wear on my chest is for superintendent, not for superwoman. It will not just be one person that has all of the magic and the magical answers for what we see with our children post-COVID. It collectively, as we heard our parents so elegantly say, it is going to take all of us. It's about building a culture in schools where children know that there's a person that they can go to when things are beginning to unravel. And I would veer to say most all of our schools have that person. It may not be the counselor, it could be the biology teacher, it could be the clerk, might be the custodian, it could be a parent, a teacher aide, whoever it is. We have to build systems, safe places where students know they can go and talk to someone and let them know what word on the street is saying. There's going to be a fight after school, or, you know, there's going to be whatever happening wherever. You know, it may take, when students come in as a principal, I was at that front door every day, and I knew my children, so I could look at them and know if today was going to be a problem, and to redirect them so that I didn't just send them up to class, because I could look at them and know today is not a good day. So you go to my office and let's have a conversation. I think intervening in physical altercations effectively takes training. It takes training, because I said this on my first night when I was appointed interim, that I am committed first to safety for all. And every letter that I send home, it's about all of us, everybody being safe in every single one of our schools. So we prioritize security. We've got our Evolve scanners, and now the next step is it's time for some training and some systems and some practices. And that's what we will do. That's what we will do. So the issue of safety is one that is sometimes generational. Folks that work in schools know what I'm talking about. It's community-wide. Things that start in the community and on social media sometimes infiltrate our classrooms. It's about systems, it's about culture, it's multi-layered. And it's gonna take a little time for us to continue peeling those layers, and we must work together. We have to, because our children, I'm telling you, they're very keen, and they know when there are gaps anywhere, just like moms and dads, they know if you're not on the same page, they'll get in that gap. We have got to stick together. I want to thank President Nigro for coming out and sharing your concerns. What I would like to request is perhaps a small meeting so that President Koppman, myself, and you can sit down and talk and listen and make sure that, you know, at our levels, we're on the same page. We all want the same thing. We've talked about student outcomes all year, but guess what? If teachers don't feel safe and if students don't feel safe, there'll be no outcomes. So I would like to extend that olive branch to both you, and President Koppman didn't know I was going to do this, but I'm extending it to you. I'll pay for lunch. We can go sit and have a conversation.
Thank you. I have had an excellent relationship with the teachers. Under the previous leadership, I would call Phil. We'd talk about it. If I did something he didn't like, he'd call me back. We need to work on our relationship because somewhere in the process, there's a miscommunication. And we need to make sure we clear that communication up. I am going to stand on the things that I believe need to be said. Whether I'm president of this board or a school board member, that's the relationship I've always had. Phil and I would go back and forth, holler and scream, not talk for days. One of us would generate a conversation. Next thing you know, we have agreed to disagree. And so we will work on this relationship. But one thing that needs to be clear, I have never deserted the teachers since I've been sitting here. But what I have to understand is that there's a young man who's looking at me right now, who I am responsible to make sure that he feels comfortable. And so we need to work on this equation between us. And I have no problem doing that. I've been doing it for the past 13 years. One of the reasons why I've said that I don't want to be the board president in my final year on the board is because I want to be able to say whatever I have to say because I've earned that right. And so if you were offended by anything that I said, it was not to offend you. However, it was to make you aware that my eyes and the community eyes are watching us all. And that when I get reports from doctors who say that incidents and children are being hurt more, I have to wonder if there's an environment that exists that allows it. So we will talk more about it. I have no problem with that. Thank you for not bringing your torches and pitchforks because that would cause a major problem. Thank you. Thank you. Without further ado, our student representative, please give us your last report. There will be no additional comments at this point. Thank you.
Why Are there opportunity for additional comments?
Because-
It's always been that way.
Because we can do it under unfinished business, but this young lady is getting late, it's 8 after 8.
Yeah, but unfinished business will be at the end of the day, and most of the people that's here representing will be
I'm sorry, Mr.
are left
Hurd.
at that time.
I'm sorry. As the
Well,
chair.
point of order, I think that the board always had comment and time to comment and talk on after the speakers, and I think that we still should have that ability to be able to talk.
You haven't done that in I don't know when, so I don't know what you're talking about.
The board always had the opportunity to speak after our speakers.
Okay, so thank you. Duly noted.
So I believe I'll continue speaking.
Student representative, please update. Thank you.
I want to be disrespectful to the student representative, but your comments that you're making is not the comments or the values of this board. And we really need to come on the same accord if we're going to address this issue. I'm sorry, you are out of order, and I believe that we need to look at the board's belief and values as we move forward, as we're going to be a representative for this district.
So Mr. Hurd, what
I'll rest my time, thank you.
What I'd like to say to you, Mr. Hurd, is that if you have the problem with anything I do, you have a right to call me. You never do. However, for you to stand in this forum and try to, I
This
guess,
forum is
do
not
what
did
you're doing
anything
today
but
is
what-
what they want.
If we go
So
by the
moving
Robert Rules of
forward, the
Order,
board-
I have the right to
moving
speak
forward, the student
afterwards.
representative will update us. And I understand your relationship with the BTF. I know
No
you're very
relationship
close
with the
them.
BTF. I'm a former
Certainly you
educator
are
here in the
with
city
your
of Buffalo,
nonprofit.
and I've
So
been
let's
an
not go
educator here in
there.
the city of Buffalo. That's
Let's not
why
go there.
we
Student
sit here at this
representative-
table so that we can fight for our children. That's why we're here.
Mr. Hurd, I can do nothing right for you either. I can do nothing right for you either. Student representative, this is what you want. They want a show, and you're giving it to them. Thank you. And the community, our community will know. Student representative.
President Belton, I'd like to say a few words too, just to close
Student
this out.
representative, oh, I'm sorry, your turn. I saw your Facebook post.
And I mean it sincerely. So I just want to first say, because Dr. Williams, I think, had the right message to the folks that spoke here today. First of all, I remember the moment that I was able to vote on your contract. And it was one of the proudest moments of my tenure on the board. I have no regret for it. You deserve every single penny that you are getting. Secondly, I go back to my beginnings in Buffalo Public Schools, 2013. I started an organization called Buffalo Parent Teacher Organization. And what's interesting is I'm seeing some of the familiar faces who started that organization with me in this room. And one of the reasons we started that organization, one of a few, was because there were attacks on teachers, we were devaluing teachers, and it was doing nothing to help our students and our school system. The organization was about bringing parents and teachers together with families as well, to work together. One, to highlight the great things that are happening in Buffalo Public Schools, which we saw a lot of at the start of this meeting. And two, to work together to face and solve the significant challenges that we are dealing with in Buffalo. And we did that. We did that for years. It was huge because we worked together. Going back to Ms. Fisher's comments, it takes a village working together to solve those challenges. So last thing I want to say is we celebrated many of our great students tonight, and we're at the end of the school year, June, and we should also be celebrating our teachers, all of our staff and educators in our buildings, and what you do day in and day out for our students and families. Thank you.
Might help you get reelected. Superintendent of student update, representative
Excuse me,
update.
out of order. this is not about election. This is about the job that we serve and things that we do. If Lawrence Scott wants to speak on behalf of his comments, it shouldn't be really considered by the board president to make these little snide comments.
In full transparency's sake, and we've been to many meetings, we've held community meetings around what this district is trying to do. Good governance is something that is being taught to us in a real professional way. This is no longer, you know, who knows who and who knows what. And we have been under, well before any of us were even born, we have been under the whole good old boy network. So I just want the community to know that the tagline, the actual statement is, student outcomes do not change until adult behaviors change. And we are struggling with that. But do not consider this infighting. This is the work we need to do as a board in order to grow for all of you. So this is not, I'm gonna get online later and all I'm gonna see is, oh, the board's at it again. What we are doing is trying to figure ourselves out. We're from different districts with different relationships. Buffalo's one big living room. We all know the same people, and we're pulling y'all in different directions because of how we feel as an individual. That's human nature. So just know this board is doing good work, regardless of the crap that you might be seeing right now, and I don't care how that's framed. But I'm damn sure not going to allow for this meeting to become some social media centerpiece. There is real communication happening between the BTF and the district that didn't happen. And in 2013, I stood right by Larry Scott's side, well before I didn't even know I could be a board member. And many of you were here. It's happening, people. We are coming together. And there is I have some serious opinions, but it's not going to help anything. I'm not running for nothing, and this election is causing a lot of drama. Let's be real, but that's not why we're here. That's not why y'all came. That's not why we're sitting at this table. So for me, enough is enough. Let's do what we're supposed to do as a board. Let's show folks that we are serious about being in governance the way that we should be, and let's show our students that we mean business, because I got grandkids in the district right now. I'm not going nowhere.
Thank you, Jennifer, for bringing the board back to the focus that we're here to do, to work for students and get outcomes. That's how it is. Not the adult piece, the student piece. With that said, anyone else want to comment? Because far be it from me to try to take your voice from you. Thank you. Terry wants to say something.
Well, the thing that I've been saying, and I've been having conversations all week with everyone about everything in regards to this. There are so many pieces that are contributing to the problems that we're having as a district-wide and social-wise and just throughout everything. So my hope is, and I've worked with Rich. Rich was one of my teachers. I have confidence that we're going to try and bridge this together. We're just, honestly, let's just all work together and try and figure this out. Nothing's going to be accomplished by all of us starting to spearhead, but we all have to be responsible for what we're doing. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay. I have to echo the comments of my colleagues who talk about the value of working together. I really appreciate that people have come together. So my time on the board has been 5 years. What most don't know is I've been in the district since my son was 5. He's now 25, so it's been 20 years that I've been happily associated with BPS. But what I saw were a lot of systems that were not working for the people who were in them. It was difficult to get around, there were miscommunications, people weren't necessarily coming together. I was in building, and this is a long time ago, and I'm not going to tell you how long ago it was, but he was little, we'll just say it that way, where we had buildings that would pit administration and teachers against each other. We're not doing that. We can't afford to do that. We need to be here, and we need to be present together to work for each other, to work for our students, and it's a part of what Ms. Mikosi is saying about adults' behaviors changing. It's exactly what we're doing. I appreciate that you came and you spoke in the spirit of talking to each other. The worst things happen when we stop. I also want to elevate one more thing about safety, because I did make this comment to some of my colleagues. I'd like to make this comment to all of you. What we need are better responses and better systems. We need people who are designated to de-escalate. This isn't about punishment. This isn't about anybody at any time being able to step in any way. De-escalation takes particular skills, particular kinds of work, and a particular kind of presence. I know it, and I've done it in my own household. I had to get trained before I could work with any aggressive behaviors from my own child, who is no longer aggressive, right? De-escalation works. It's also about circumstance and context. I would like to see, let me just back up and say, it's also about placement. It's about students being in the right place with the right context, the right setting, and the right support. I'm very much here for this conversation. I look forward to having this conversation. I am glad we're starting to have this conversation, even though I don't want to see any division. I'm sorry that happened in the first place, but I'm glad we're going to talk about it. Thank you.
Cindy, do you want to say something?
Supposed to. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I also believe that constructive dialogue is important, but I want to challenge my colleagues to make sure that we are showing up and that we are present for all conversations, even the difficult ones, because there's going to be debate. And if we as a board are not able to communicate with each other publicly and privately, then that's a problem. And we see things occur. So I do want to challenge all of us sitting here, because it's great when you get behind a microphone to say what people want to say, especially given the circumstances, and you get the claps and the ovations and all of the things, but the work has to be done. The change has to happen. And I've been around for 1.5 years now, not very long, and I'm frustrated. So I love the talking, but we need to act. And so I hope that the dialogue continues, but that action happens. We've heard a lot of great ideas. We've heard a lot of passion in this room, which is fantastic. But it's my hope that we execute. And again, student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change. And that begins with us.
Thank you, Cindy. Cindy is our implementation person, and one of her responsibilities is to move the Council of Great City Schools student outcome focused governance. And a lot of times she does a lot of work and does not always get the support she needs. So I'm glad she spoke up, and maybe in moving forward we can get some of the board members that's been on the fence to move forward to help us move this district to the next level. Thank you. Next, student representative update.
Hello. So we had our last inter-high meeting. So we went to Villa Maria College, and we was able to speak with our motivational speaker, Duncan Kirkwood, who is one of the motivational speakers at the college, I believe. He also has another official name, but I forgot it, so. But he did talk to us about resilience and always trying and to not give up the first time you ever make a mistake. When you do that, you are missing out on opportunities, and you'll be needing the resilience to like keep going forward. Again, he talked about constantly having resilience to have better opportunities and to keep using that as a way to grow and become better as a person. We also was able to elect our new officials. As you guys was able to see, Lachelle is the new president of Inner High Student Council and also student representative. I'm so proud of her and happy for her, and I hope she has a good time. That was mostly it for our meeting, because we did have a long time deciding and voting about our officials. I think that's it, yeah. But I do want to say, I thank everyone, and again, I want to continue by saying thank you for my opportunity of being on the board, being president, and all of these, like being able to go to Albany, being able to represent the students with my voice. It's just so inspiring and makes me so happy that I was able to have this opportunity, and I'm glad that other students are able to have it and able to use their voice for the better of BPS and to change it for the, or improve it for the better. Thank you.
Thank you, Deja Mims. You represent us well. Continued success. May I have a motion to excuse Dr. Kathy Evans Brown from this meeting? So Jennifer, second by Cindy. Let's see, our next order of business. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes from the April 17th, May 15th, and May 29th board meeting? I see Dr. Revere as well as Board Member McCutcheon. Moving forward, our consent agenda. Item number 8. May I have a motion to accept the consent agenda? I see Cindy and Jennifer. Thank you. Consent agenda, item number 16A, the CSE CPSC report. I would like this report updated. I did not see what you were talking about, Dr. Caressis. I looked up the report, and it was still, in my opinion, missing some additional data.
Thank you, Madam President. The question that Dr. Evans Brown had last month was, do the total numbers on page 11 of the report for declassified students signify the total number of kids returned to general education? And it does. So if you look at page 11 now, where the total number is, it now says that that represents the students who no longer have an IEP. It says that on the top chart and then on the bottom chart as well. And then there's also a paragraph on the upper right of page 11 that explains that. So yes, the total number of students who are declassified are no longer receiving services under an IEP. The only exception to that is that even though they're fully vested in general education, don't have an IEP, they may receive transitional services that they're entitled to for up to a year, but they're not doing that under an IEP.
So where are the children who have not, who are waiting to be classified? Where do they exist on this report?
Those are students that will be scheduled at different times of the year for their annual evaluation, and that's when those decisions are made.
I'm talking about the preschool children that are waiting. Where are they in this report?
There should be a page that shows the scheduled evaluations for preschool students,
well,
but I can look at that and we can
If
get
you'd
back
be
to you on
kind
that.
enough to do this, this is a report that I'm somewhat familiar with, that I sort of helped develop it over the years, and I don't even think it existed until I came on the board. and I'm not seeing it, and that's why I'm asking. I just need to know. The purpose for the support report originally was to make sure that we could at least see where we are in the spectrum, and I'm not seeing that here.
Okay.
All
We'll,
right?
we'll look at how to better clarify the status of evaluations, and we'll update that for next month.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. It's very important because superintendent allows you to see also what's going on. There is for number item 16F, Mr. Hurd. First-hand learning, science material. 17F.
17. One moment, please. Oh, yes. The first-hand science material. The price that we have for that is $245,000, and I would like somebody from the district, please explain to me. This is for our science program, and this money is being allocated for what with our science program?
So, Mr. Hurd, that $245,000 that's given to first-hand learning in a contract has been a consistent price over the last 10 years. There's a science material center at the Tri-Main building on the 5th floor. It's for the use of that area. It is for the gentlemen that are there that do all of the consumable repackaging and resupplies of all of our materials for the science instructional kit. So every instructional kit that we have from kindergarten through grade 8 has many consumable materials in it. We order them in bulk. They're delivered to First-Hand Learning. They repackage so that it can be distributed out, and they maintain, they store, and they then have those materials ready to be distributed out to the schools for us.
Okay. Is this same program under a different funding source also addresses the high school?
There are materials now that, with the state assessments changing in high school, with the biology and earth science assessments changing, there will be kit materials that will be needed, and they will have the oversight of that. Also, we've also added on this year with the new 5th grade and 8th grade state assessments. They no longer have a practical part of that state assessment. They actually have 4 investigations they have to do throughout the year. Because they are now investigations, those all require consumable materials. So First-Hand Learning is also doing the distribution right now for us of all those consumable materials associated with the investigations that are part of the 5th and 8th grade assessment.
Okay.
And they have been made aware that next year with the biology coming on, they will be taking that on also.
Thank you so much for that explanation. And the reason why I asked that question was because I had a number of science teachers that reached out to me and said that the science program within the Buffalo schools, the teachers are doing a great job administrating the program with science and to our children. They have been very successful in reaching our children in a number of different areas, and that's one of the highest performing subjects that we have here with the Buffalo Public Schools. And my ask to this is because we're giving $245,000, and I'm just comparing it to our WASED program, and in which our science teachers are also, a couple have reached out and said that they're doing the exact same thing as the WASED program. Some of the stuff, the materials that they have is not abundantly accessible, through our purchasing, and that the science teachers can do the exact same process that this other program is doing, and a much efficient rate, and also receive state accreditation. So if we can just do a little more background on this, and if we can work together to see if we can, if it's okay with the superintendent, if we can work together to see how we can reimagine our science program so that we won't have to use outside entities to try to develop or try to reimagine, what our kids can do and the beliefs. So if we can, if it's okay with the superintendent, of course, that we can just take a deeper dive into that and see what funding we can use for our science program, which will be, fair or better with our district and our budget. And thank you.
Baldo, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
On your normal processes of what you do you evaluate everything that you do on a regular basis as far as your curriculum and all of that? Because what's ironic about this is this particular item is how you and I met years ago.
It is.
It is. It's how we met. And at that time, you assured me that that's what you do. You make sure that you try to cut costs. You make sure that you consistently see what's out there. And one of the successes of your program is that you've been able to do that. So I want to thank you for that. And it's just part of what you normally do that the board member is asking for. But you always do it anyway.
Yes,
so I
we
want to
do
make
back
sure the
up
record shows that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 18Y, Add Pro Sports. Heard.
Yes, my question with Ad Pro Sports is the purchasing. Being asked to approve this tonight with Ad Pro Sports, but I did the count on it, and it says that we're supporting uniforms for 18 high schools and 28 elementary programs. And I would like to know, because it didn't say which programs are we supporting with the uniforms for this purchase. I know that the athletic department in the past have really fared towards our criterion schools and programs that was presented today with our unified sports program. And as we got this resolution of equity within the district, I'd like to know where these uniforms are going. Are they going to our criterion schools? Are they going to other schools in the district that wasn't afforded sports programs? Speaking like if it's lacrosse, softball, hockey, tennis, swim, rowing, the archery. I mean, it's a myriad of different programs that all our children are not receiving the ability to participate in, and that's my concern. What are these uniforms being purchased for, and which direction are we going in as an athletic department?
When the uniforms, the apparel, and accessories are purchased, it's for whichever program or school needs it. And so this is to activate the requisition and the contract so that when the uniforms need to be replaced, they're replaced. So I can't right now share it with you. Keep in mind that we purchase uniform and apparel and accessories all throughout the year. It just depends upon what is needed.
I understand exactly what you're saying, and I do truly appreciate, staying on top to make sure our children have new and clean uniforms. My concern is making sure that these uniforms are being purchased for our children that's underserved, and making sure that our athletic department is moving in the direction that all children have access to all sports. And this has been a complaint I've received from stakeholders and children alone, that one school may have something, other school doesn't. And if you're purchasing these uniforms, I'd like to see exactly where they're going to. So I don't know if the board be active to pull this item till we can find out this information, if we're looking on the scope of equity, or are we going to purchase these uniforms and not know exactly what they're going to be used for?
Board Member Hurd, we purchase uniforms all throughout the year. If we pull this, that means we're not going to be able to purchase needed uniforms, apparels for our teams. And this is for all schools. This is not for, I think I just heard you say criteria-based schools. It's for all of our schools that have athletic programs.
Okay, it has 28 elementary schools, which is about half of our elementary program. So that's why I was asking, and I have looked back to see what uniform we purchased in the past.
We have 39 total, but then once you remove our primary schools, it really covers all of the schools. All of the schools. And so again, it would be an open contract so that we're able to make the purchases in a timely manner when needed.
I understand, thank you. I will support it now, but I'm just asking that we can have a list and details so we can really know where the uniforms are going, so we know which schools are receiving which programs.
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Reynolds.
Mm-hmm.
So Dr. Reynolds, kudos to you all. I see that you have a community benefit or a benefit written in here that it includes free apparel. So kudos to you guys for negotiating that. And in regards to the uniform, if you look at the particular item, I think there's upwards of 40 or 50 schools or 50 fund numbers that are listed, and it's obvious that it covers every child in this district. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Mr. Hurd, 24A, transfer to capital fund.
Thank you. The objective that I have on this was that we were asking for, just to be clear, is this $2 million more for the athletic stadium? Is that how this is written up? Or are we asking to bring over $2 million for our capital project funds from our general?
This goes back to an approval that was provided, I believe the exact date was August 23rd of
Yes.
2023.
Yes.
And
So that was a $5 million. So this is a $2 million added, so it'd be $7 million?
7 million total.
Okay, what I asked last time is that if we're going to approve something with such a large amount, that we will see a schematic of exactly what we're approving, so we can have
Should
the
have an outline of
images.
it.
It has a scope of work, but we have to see schematics, actual physical outlines of what's it going to detail. Okay. Yes, I did. I did review it, but what I was asking, because we had two schematic drawings done that we paid for from the district. It was two separate companies that did it, that received RFP, the bids. So in phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, we was waiting to see the phase 3 schematic of what's exactly going to be done in detail, whether it's going to be the visitor bleachers, the visitor dressing rooms, the concession stands, the scoreboard, and also a separate track that the visitors can enter into the stadium to stop the confusion that was going on when we have the fights that were going on between the visitors and the home teams. So the district, we was lining and working towards having two separate entrances and two separate exits just to avoid the contact between the two schools.
So those elements have been incorporated into the design. We are just putting in some final touches on it. Possibly at a work session, we could present the construction documents. We could present what is the final design, so that can be fully seen and understood and presented. But those construction documents are very close to being done and submitted for state review.
Okay. And Mr. Hills, my concern is that this bid went out for $5 million through an RFP, and if a company might, in the past, has practices, I ain't saying this company here, but will bid on the RFP and then later on said they need more money to finish the project, in which this hasn't even started. So it's going from $5 million to $7 million now, and just we want to see for the extra $2 million, what is that? It's going to be additional cost due to inflation, or that's going to be a $2 million rise that's going to bring in more products?
So phase 3, the only thing went out to RFP was the design for phase 3. The construction has not gone out to RFP yet. That will be once the construction documents are done. Originally, there was a scope of work that was priced out at about $5 million for phase 3. That scope of work was expanded to include many other items, which would have brought it up to about a $10 million project. So we met with the superintendent, athletics, Jim Barnes, to pare it back to $7 million. So that's what they've been designing to, is the $7 million target, but that $7 million of work has not gone out to RFP yet. That will be part of what the design firm does, is they will manage the RFP and put the construction documents in the RFP, so that then it's exactly what they're going to be building that they'll be bidding on. So the $7 million was to move money that was actually planned to be moved earlier this year to set up the fund line for when that RFP is issued.
I thank you for that clarity. I just don't want to make the mistake because I'm receiving a lot of complaints about the stairs at Bennett High School, and we don't want to take a bid to where they'll start doing work at All High Stadium, and then suddenly it will stop, and then saying, okay, so we want more money, so now it's going to be $2 million more to complete the project, or to do another study, or to do another schematic. So we want to make sure that this is all wrapped up as inclusive, that this will be the end all, for the completion of the stadium.
It will be wrapped up for the phase 3, and then next time we come back will not be for anything that we have in this scope of work. And we will ensure that we have appropriate contractors that can deliver on budget and on time.
Okay, thank you so much.
I had a question or concern about the BPS sports and athletic policy. I don't think that all the information that was given to the board was put in this item. It looks like it's missing the paperwork that you gave us at our committee meeting. Is that by design or what?
Well, the information that we spent a great deal of time reviewing at that board work session was the regulation. There were very, very few revisions to the policy,
So
just a couple sentences within the intro.
Okay, so where are you with the regulation? Have you, it doesn't come before the board?
I guess we can bring it back to the board if we need to, but what's in board docs right now is the actual policy.
Right, I saw that. The reason that I was concerned about that is that one of the items that was given to me, I shared that night, was probably about 11 or 12 different policies from throughout Western New York. And there was a request made to bring it to the table so that we could talk about it a little bit more. And I really think it's important that we do that, because my understanding is that you were talking about rolling this out for September.
The regulation.
The regulation, and I'm concerned about that. Okay, I've talked to principals and they're concerned about it. They would like for us to gradually move into this and start setting it up rather than just immediately do it. So let's see what we can do with that regulation. Board Member Shuda, can we take it over to educational support, or either put it with Vice President Kathy Evans-Brown? But
You're talking about the regulation?
the regulation.
We can revisit with the principals, but do keep in mind that that regulation that was shared with you all was the principal's regulation.
Right, but that's, I've had some feedback from that since there. And so
And we're
when
continuing based upon the feedback that you provided. We're recalibrating, and we will meet with the principals to continue to ensure that those additional supports that you reference are included, as well as the timeline that you also mentioned.
Yeah, I really have looked at quite a few lately, and I really would like possibly to examine a couple a little closer, because I'm just concerned about being so stringent and not gradually moving into that regulation. Although some of the schools are already doing some of it, but I think we need to just look. And I am not against children having a minimum grade average. I'm not. I think that there should be some standard provided that they can achieve it. So I want to be clear. My concern is not is to voice the concern about how do we do it and how do we roll it out and how do we make sure the children are informed. And I would like to see it start at grade 7 and 8 so that kids are not just shocked when they get to high school. And many of the other school districts do that, and it makes sense. So I want to make sure that we take a look at that, because it's important that we do, make sure our children have a fair chance and things. If we do it on a pilot basis where we just initially roll it out and, or whatever, I don't know. First,
Is
soft,
this a conversation we can maybe have offline? Because when you talk about starting with 7th and 8th grade, we don't have the capacity to do that. But if we can discuss this offline, or perhaps you can join us in the work sessions with the principals as we're working on recalibrating the regulation.
I would love to, because my concern is that a ninth grader goes into septic shock when they get to high school because they haven't been taught, haven't been regulated in grade school, in junior high. And so I'm very concerned about that. Okay, why don't you gradually move children up? So I'll be happy to have that conversation.
Okay.
It's important that we make sure that we set the expectations in junior high for what they're going to achieve in high school.
I hear you, but it's not a new expectation for them to pass the class. That's been the expectation since they've entered as a student. So, but again, let's take it to the
There
work
is a new
session.
expectation now that if you're not passing, you're not going to play sports. And so let's
discuss it, because
Yeah,
remember,
let's
there's
discuss it.
that either pass with a 65 or put forth your best effort.
Right, but that's high school. I'm talking, junior high. What are we doing with that? I'm still hearing that we're socially promoting kids. So I want to.
That's a separate conversation, but maybe
I
we
need
can take
some
a deep
clarity.
dive on really
let's talk about
reworking.
it.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that we don't box ourselves out of getting students to come to us. That's all it just turns out to be. Yeah, I'm very concerned about that. But thank you for the work you're doing. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions on this consent agenda? If not, Council, would you please roll call the board, please?
Yes, 25A, so that's tabled, just to be clear.
25A. If it says table on it, it's tabled.
Okay, because we had a document earlier that was tabled that we went forward with.
25A.
That
It
was
says, on the thing, BPS Sports and Athletic Program Policy 3420 to be tabled. It's right there on the consent agenda.
Okay.
Apologies,
thank
this
you.
is the first reading, so it is being tabled, and then will be removed from the table at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Says that right there.
Move to set the consent agenda.
Motion to accept the consent agenda. We did that already.
And this is to move it.
Okay.
Okay. Board Member Hurd.
Oh, yes.
Board Member McEachen. Okay. Board Member McCosey. Board Member Rivera. No exceptions. Board Member Shuda. Just going back to Board Member Hurd real quick.
I apologize. I have to recuse myself from several documents. I recuse myself from 11C, 11E, and 11I, that's affiliation, and 9B, 11G, and 11H, that's family.
And Vice President Scott.
No exceptions.
Board Member Woods.
No exceptions.
And President Cotman.
I'll recuse myself, 9A, line 9, family relationship.
And the consent agenda passes.
It passes, thank you. One thing that during the excitement that was going on with the renaming of the school, we didn't ask if any other board members wanted to sign on to that resolution. I certainly would like my name added in to the Ron Peoples resolution. Is there anyone else on the board who would like their name added? Because we can do that at this point.
I think we did it, and it just didn't get added.
It just didn't get added? I thought we all supported it, but it wasn't listed, so that needs to be corrected. Lisa, thank you so much for that. Okay, let's see what else we have tonight. Maybe we'll get out of here before the place turns dark on us. We have some resolutions. I have submitted 2 resolutions, one that talks about reestablishing our welcoming center. I received many board members. Lisa, you were able to record those that want to also do that. And short and simple, this, in the sake of time, this is just reestablishing a section of 33 Ash Street that was originally, or new part, I don't know how you're going to address it, that makes sure that our parents, when they come in, have a nice welcoming area to sit and wait until their names are called. A lot of times they bring their whole families down there, and we just try to make it a little bit more comfortable. May I have a motion to accept? I'm sorry, Mary. Oh, okay. A motion to accept this resolution for reestablishing the Welcome Center. I see Board Member Woods and Board Member McCutcheon. Thank you. Now this resolution, the second resolution for review of the use of the BPS facilities. When I started looking at my notes, even though things were updated in 2019, it really did not come before the board. Right before one of our workers was leaving to go to another job, they put a lot of updates for the policy in the board. And my concern with this is that we need to look at and make sure that I feel personally that part of doing this is that the superintendent is a part of this. As it stands right now, the decisions are being made, but somehow or another, and the board is not even aware of some of this. We're finding out on the news and et cetera. And my only concern here in this particular resolution is that we take the time and make sure that we go through and make sure that it's an equitable process, because the decisions that are being made, last year a gentleman came to try to utilize the facilities and was told that he could not utilize the facilities. It also says in the board policy that the board would be responsible for setting the usage rate, and that has not happened. And so in trying to move forward, basically what this says is that the Buffalo schools' past practices have included on occasion to allow the public to use certain facilities under 3280, 7410 policies. Over the past 5 years, it's been more than 5 years since the board has reviewed and updated any policies or regulations regarding the use of the facilities, and currently under the present guidelines, the building usage, there are additional concerns. Dr. K, you were supposed to make an adjustment on that. Additional concerns about the wear and tear and the maintenance of the facilities. And the possibility of non-availability of the facilities for the usage of the students. Some of the fields are being rented, and the children in the schools are not allowed to use them during some of the times that they want to use them. So we need to just basically have a complete look at what's going on. In addition to that, in the past, neighbors around these fields have come back and said there was some concern about quality of life issues associated with the frequent use of these spaces. So we want to incorporate in whatever we're doing that we are putting out there that the neighborhood, the communities are comfortable with it also. And so what I asked was for a moratorium to be put in place. However, because this may be prime season or whatever, if something was to come forward, that the superintendent would have the ability to make a decision on it. I talked to her about this before I pulled it together, and it's clear that we need to make sure that our policies are equitable and that everybody has an opportunity to use it. All the times the requests are not for the use of the facilities as far as doing sports. Sometimes people want to hold events at the place, and so we need to take a look at that. So that's the purpose for this resolution, is to allow the superintendent to be put in the equation, because the way it's set up now, it does not have to go before her at all. And that's how it's been for the past 5 years.
So,
May I?
do we have to move on
Wait a minute, can I
the
have
previous resolution?
Can I,
first?
may I have we did that already. We voted on it, didn't we? Am I missing it? Oh, I did? Oh, my bad, point of order. I'm sorry. Let's go back. Obviously, I'm burnt. Okay, so back to the first resolution, my apologies. Can I get a vote on it? Mary, you should have said, Sharon, stop.
We have,
On the,
we have
we're
question
talking
time.
about the Welcoming Center.
Yes. Okay, with respect to the motion.
My bad.
We didn't have conversation about it yet.
On the welcoming
Board
center.
reflection, yes.
Oh, do you want to have some conversation about it?
About the Welcome Center. Okay. Yes, yes. The Welcome Center, I believe the ask is to have a better center that welcomes parents upon them registering their children to come to Buffalo Public Schools. Is this what the ask is, or is it formalized differently? It's to transfer the storage area. And I believe it's something that the president spoke to the superintendent several board meetings about, and I thought that the items were removed from that area. So are we looking to transform the gym into the welcome area? I just don't have the information on the resolution.
Well, in talking with the superintendent, we thought this was going to be done a while ago. It has not been done. And so I did not limit it to the gym because I did not know if there was another area that she would choose to make that area. So I didn't limit it to say that the gym would be redone. I just said that we're going to reestablish a welcoming center back at 33 Ash. Okay.
I remember one weekend speaking with David Hills that on a Sunday, on his day off, he was moving product out of that gymnasium and cleared it out for the Welcoming Center. I haven't had opportunity to get back over to check on it, this year. But has that product been removed already?
No, it has not. No, it is not. There is no welcoming center for the parents at 33 Ash.
Okay, and the superintendent, is there any plans of making that center more welcomable or clearing out that space? I know that you gave a directive previously for that to happen. I just want to know where we're at before we vote on the resolution to do something that you may already are in the process of.
When we looked at the gymnasium specifically, there is some work that has to happen in the gymnasium to be able to allow families to access that. So I think that the resolution gives me the latitude to not necessarily just focus on that gymnasium because there's no ventilation and the temperature rises above 100 degrees in the summer. So it's going to require an assessment first to see where we can relocate the boxes to, and then how we can reorganize the staff over there so that we can have a space where, our parents and families that are coming over can feel a sense of welcoming. There can be some, privacy for them as they're meeting to talk about school choices or questions they may have. So it may be the gymnasium if we can get some work done, but we have several other rooms over there that we may look at.
Okay, so this can turn into a capital project, whether or not we need to knock walls out or find ventilation?
No. At this time, I'm not thinking that. At this time, I'm not thinking that. Before we would do anything like that, that would come back before the board.
Is Mr. Hills available? It would, just to show the outlook, I know that he visited that building and he did a study on there about see whether or not it can be a educational facility again. But
it's an old building. I mean, ideally, it would be great if we could relocate that, building to someplace else where we could truly do that. But it's an older building. Right now, upstairs, our special education department. We've got our E&L translators there. We've got McKinney Vento. We've got a lot of different things going on there. So, You know, Dr. Brown and I will have to go over, along with Chief Hills, and analyze all of the spaces that we have, see if there needs to be a relocation of some staff to other places. But the first step is for us to go over and analyze who's where, what's happening, and see what would be the best space. Where are parents entering? You know, is there a space near where they enter so that they don't have to walk down a hallway to a room for the welcoming center? And it could be, you know, I know that years ago there were partitions that were put up in certain areas. There was a countertop, but as I'm thinking about it right now, we're not looking at knocking down walls and, you know, anything like that.
You did mention that the ventilation was inadequate for...
In the gymnasium.
In the gymnasium. That's the area that we asked them to be cleaned out for the Welcoming Center. So is there another need or a study or any codes that we have to meet to make that happen? Would you like Mr. Hills?
Well, I don't understand. We're going on and on with this when it's clear that the superintendent said that they need to go over and take a look at it before they can tell what they need to do. I'm sure they'll be happy to come back to the board and give us a more detailed idea of what they're going to do. But at this point, they don't know anything at this point. And so we're prolonging this. Something is, either we're going to pass it
My
or not.
question was for David Hills.
You know, if we're going to perform it or not, because Mr. Hurd, one of the things we're working with the Council of Great City Schools is to try to monitor our time and be more efficient as board members. And I'm looking at the staff, and they all are looking at us like, can we go home?
And we have to be fiduciarily responsible about money expenditures to see if there's something that's adequate that can be turned into what you're looking for.
Well, if you go over there and take a look,
Excuse
you'll
me,
have
Mr.
a
Hills.
better
Excuse me,
idea.
the question from Mr.
If
Hills.
you go over and take a look at the facility, you'll
I've
have
been in
a
the facility
better
more
idea.
times than you have.
But if
Mr.
you
Hills,
don't, then you don't know that, if you've been at the facility, Mr. Hurd, then you would know that the
Mr.
gym
Hills,
is-
please. You're out of order. You're out of order
know
again.
that the
You're out of
gym is
order.
still being
You're out of
used.
order. The question's to Mr. Hills.
It's enough. On and on about something that's just a simple thing. Tired of it.
I had a conversation with some folks at the charter school, and I was trying to figure out why they went to the charter school, and they told me after their experience at School 12 and the chaos, they said it was probably when there wasn't a parent welcoming center, they said once we saw how that was run, we really questioned the district. So I think it's really imperative we try and get that together and get working.
So you understand, Mr. Hill, the basis of my question was to see if this is going to turn into a capital project and the monies that may cost to turn it into a very eventful type of welcome center. That's what my line of question is about this, to see what the cost is going to be to the district, to if we need to get a design or we need to get something in place that we can revision what the center looks like. I am in support of renovating or doing what we need to do, but I'm just seeing what the cost will be.
You just can't imagine that question keeps being asked and he hasn't had a chance to go.
We have an electrical inspector. There are electrical issues. We are under contract with the fire inspector. We just did a term contract with Buffalo Engineering to do mechanical advisement. So we have people, we have a director of health and safety that can help us to assess the situation, to address the multiple issues in an old primary school being lifted to this standard. So with this board resolution, we will put what we can into making that assessment and making recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
I'm pretty sure we did, though. Okay, are all questions answered? The staff is going to tell us what they know once they get a chance to go over. Okay, so the resolution for reestablishing the Welcoming Center, can we have a vote on that? Are we ready to vote? Thank
Okay.
you.
With respect to the Welcoming Center, how do you vote? Board Member Hurd.
Yes.
Board Member McKecken. Board Member Makosi. Board Member Rivera. Yes. Board Member Shuta. Vice President Scott.
Yes.
Board Member Woods.
Yes.
And President Cottman.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
My apologies for introducing this before without following the proper protocol. And then council just gave me an additional item that she wants us to revisit. So we'll follow her lead. Resolution for review of the use of the BPS facilities. As I stated earlier, this has not been looked at for over 5 years. Oftentimes, things are happening and the superintendent has not been brought into it. The board is responsible for creating the price, the cost to rent these facilities. That has not been done. I'm not even sure legally how it's handled because I couldn't find any policies in regards to the legal aspect of it. So we know that someone is doing it and they're doing it, I'm sure, according to what we did, except for asking the board how much to pay. But I just feel that it's time that the superintendent takes a look at this and makes sure that the process is equitable and that it also is being done with fidelity. And I think we would be remiss as a board not to do it. Is there any questions or concerns? Do I need to re-motion it or?
Do we need a motion to move it off the table and then motion to discuss? Is that all?
No, we have done it once. We need to do it again. Let's make a motion to accept
Motion to
this
discuss the resolution.
Item number.
I motion
Second.
to discuss the resolution.
Second by Jennifer. You have a question you want to talk? You have a question?
I think Larry had his hand up first and then I'll go.
Okay, Larry, you got something you want to say?
We're good to talk? Yes. Okay, so I looked at the current policy, and I'm certainly open to us reviewing our policy, potentially revising our policy. Our schools, our facilities are hubs of our communities, for our community organizations, for youth organizations, for sports, all types of activities and events that go on. I've had to deal with reserving building gyms for youth sports, both in Buffalo and Kenton. It's already a challenging process. It's complicated. There's a lot of red tape. So I'm opposed to creating more red tape, but I'm also really opposed to a moratorium where we're going to be shutting our doors, and even if it's short-lived, to having organizations use our facilities, because that should be the opposite of what we're doing. We need to keep them open and welcome our organizations in. If we've had a bad actor or two, that needs to be addressed. Complaints need to be filed, and then it needs to be addressed effectively. But I think most of our organizations, and the staff can maybe speak on this, use our facilities without any harm or anything destructive, and it's used in a healthy way that serves the organization and their well-being.
Okay, next, Terry.
Mike.
Or Jennifer, were you next?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just curious, maybe we could have more discussion on it because I don't know, do we know the amount of people that are using, and is there something that could indicate to us how many people are using our building, what it's used for? And Larry, I would be in agreement. If there's a bad actor that is taking advantage, let's address them. But that's what I would like to see is just, I have no idea how many people are using our buildings.
For me, I've been utilizing these buildings, and Dr. Cressy knows well, before I became a board member for different organizations. Being a logistics coordinator for citywide organizations, the school buildings they're the most accessible, and there always seem to be like a real drawn out, long process of engineers and principal, you know, I mean, it's a serious process. You gotta deal with this at least a good month ahead of time, or it just isn't gonna get done. So for me, I think that, especially since the summer is coming up, there might already be organizations that have already put in requests. So I am 100% in agreement that we need to just look at the policy again, specifically on the equity piece, because we do have organizations that I'm very aware of that, depending on the administration in the building, some organizations can utilize it and some cannot, and that's just fact. And I was literally in both of those positions well before becoming a board member. So I want for the superintendent to have an idea of what's being used. I want everything you're looking for, but I feel like if we close the doors, it does send a message. We can say we're revisiting the policy. Those, you know, organizations who have something in existence from now until September, I'm gonna be holding my 4th backpack giveaway, and I'm already in process of trying to get School 3 down as an organization, not just as a board member, because I'm working with 3 organizations. So it is a process. So I'm just afraid that we'll be shunning folks because of what other people have done in the past. But revisiting the policy is 100% on point.
So would you be receptive to at least, because the process is not clear. Legally it's not clear. Okay, we're doing this, and we don't know for the most part what's being done. And the reason why this was written was that if anything was to come up before we resolve this, because hope is that we would resolve this summer, and some of the work that we would be doing to make sure that this is up. If there's contracts already in place, they're already in place. And if there's something new that comes up, it would have gone to the superintendent in that process until we're able to get everything legal set up or whatever. Because what's happening now is that it's being approved, okay? It's being approved without even the superintendent knowing. And the other part is the board is supposed to determine the cost. And that piece has never been defined. So someone is making a decision on how much these facilities should be used for or rented for, and it's supposed to be the board. And I think that policy might be missing. I think there's one more policy that talks about that. I'm not trying to stop people from using a facility. I'm trying to get this under control because currently it just doesn't exist. It's being done, but it's being done by a person who does it, okay, and no other process is in place about it. So it's up to you guys how you want to do it. At the end, it is not designed to block anybody. It's designed to open it up and make sure that everybody has an opportunity. Mr. Hurd?
Yes. I'm in agreement that we should maybe go to a work study or workshop to take a look at the policy and look at the legalities of it and where we're at with this. I do know in the past, and I like to thank Dr. Will Caressi because he's been very instrumental in the past. Every time I receive a phone call about usage of a facility, a field, a gym, we call Dr. Caressi, he makes it happen. He's been very diligent, supporting this community, and I don't want to see a roadblock in between here and there. So if there is a transition to support this resolution, I'd like to see it done evenly on the same time so that it won't be any disclosures or we be accused of locking the community out of any building, especially since we know the city of Buffalo hasn't been very adequate in keeping facilities open for the community. So we really need to work harder on our end to make sure that we can sustain our communities and our values. Thank you.
I have a question. This also includes Johnny B. Wiley or not? Is there a separate policy for Johnny B. Wiley, or this is part of it? Okay, so this is all part of Johnny B. Wiley as well. I hope you guys realize that we're just doing something. We're not doing it in a way that should be done in a multi-million-dollar organization. That's what's happening here. That's the reason for putting it back over at the superintendent so that she can get with her staff to make sure that this stuff is lined up and being done right. What if there's liability exposure here and nobody's monitoring it? what's going on.
Can I suggest
Yes,
that?
Ann, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, can I just suggest that that language be put in the resolution? Because currently as the resolution stands, it's like, we're gonna shut it down until we figure it out.
Okay.
And, you know, you're stating that if contracts are in place, we don't wanna close, because I agree with everything you're saying. I'm just unsure of shutting out communities. So if you can put that in the resolution and amend it, you know, I would be more, you
And
know,
I
susceptible
understand
to
that
putting
there
that.
are liability policies you have to have, but there's no formal process. The legal department doesn't have it. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's not a file held by legal. I understand that they go out and get insurance.
So one of the things, the board approved about 3 meetings ago, a software license for facility usage. What that software license allows us to is look at the fee calculations, look at the approval chains. So this is because we have a paper process that doesn't have a high level of transparency. Our default is unless you messed up in the past, we will try to approve it. And unless there's a pushback at the building level. So we will always give primacy to the school building activities. So this is an ideal time to look at the process we build into the software, the notification chains, how we do the fee structure. Right now, we base the fee structure simply on if we have to have staff there, what will we need to pay for that staff to be there? So you need a sound system, we have to have a sound person there. You need security, we have to have security there. So that's what the fee structure that we're putting into the software. There has not been a fee structure until very, very recently. So as we roll out the software, this is an ideal time to look at what is wired into that program so we can make sure that we do move from a paper and phone call system to a more transparent, more reliable, less human resource intensive, more accountable system.
Are we going to not outprice our community people and make sure that it's a fair, that's, that's what I'm concerned with.
So we will build a pricing scale, and certainly we can look at that pricing scale under the authority of the board. It is currently, we are simply looking at if in order to have this activity, we have to have an engineer, a cleaner, security, a sound system, what would those hourly pay rates cost us? And their job is to protect the interests of the district when they're there.
And just kind of get in here. So I think what I'm hearing is the consensus of the board and the district are that this process needs to be looked at. There are holes in it that need to be examined, that we need a little more time to do so, that this is an ideal time to do it, but that we're all concerned about the language of moratorium. Would you accept a friendly amendment to strike the moratorium piece and accept the resolution to allow the work to go forward? Just this sentence, we would say, be it resolved, the Buffalo Board of Education respectfully requests that staff are to be notified that all future requests are to be submitted directly to the superintendent and that no decisions regarding usage will be made without the superintendent's consent until the final review of policy and regulations has been resolved by the Board of Education upon advice by district staff, of course, but I think it's just the moratorium piece that's getting people.
I have no problem with that. We can change that to that. Staff, are you doing that? The other point I want to make is that prior, when this was originally set up some years ago, there was allegedly supposed to be a pool set up that would help maintain the facility in addition to paying people to do the job. So the board was under the impression at that time that there would be money set aside to repair anything that was damaged or was worn and torn in that process. And that needs to be considered if you're talking about utilizing a facility. Mr. Hurd?
This is my question, and my fear is that it might be a group that use a facility year after year. They might have used the facility for the past 10 years for a certain program at a certain time on a certain date. And then if someone else comes to the superintendent with a usage request, and she's not familiar with the usage of that facility, how it's been in the past, and it will cause a conflict or confusion between groups and organizations if she doesn't have that, like I said, familiarity of these programs and how they're being operated and ran. So I don't want negative effects to come back on the superintendent if that was to happen, and that will happen. And also, I believe how it's structured now is that it goes to the chief of staff, if it's the person who writes these regulations or decide who uses the fields. And that's been the process that we have used. So if we're going to do that, it should be the superintendent or the chief of staff written in this resolution. So that, and we want to make sure that we protect the superintendent from any type of increase like that that could possibly offset someone's program.
Mr. Scott.
Can I suggest another amendment on that point, that it does, to me, we have 60 schools and other facilities along with that it's a little bit too much for all these to be going directly to the superintendent.
Yes.
Would it be better to say the superintendent's designee or designees? Because I assume at times a principal is just giving the approval too. If it's just a building.
I can't support putting this on the superintendent.
And how I envision this is that staff is going to get the request, and then the superintendent is not going to have to watch TV and find out what's going on in her own district, and that she would still work with her staff and make sure that it's being done. The difference is that when it comes at the superintendent level, she's going to make sure that it is in order. She's going to make sure that that the attorney is involved in it, that everything is in order, everybody has lined up and is correct by the time it gets to her. As far as people using this, last year there were people who wanted to use Johnny B. Wiley and were told no, that they could not use Johnny B. Wiley. And so when we start talking about equity and start talking about people who want to use these facilities, we need to make sure that there's a process in there that's fair. It shouldn't have been because somebody didn't like the organization that they couldn't use Johnny B. Wiley. And that's what happened in its own little way. And so I want to make sure moving forward that everybody gets an opportunity to participate. I've seen where we have rented Bennett for a church organization, and they had to pay, and it went well. I've also seen where we tried to rent Bennett and a church organization was denied the use of it. So we have to figure out a way, and that's what staff's responsibility is. And I want to make sure the superintendent puts it under her watch, because what it boils down to is making sure that everyone is being treated fair, and that this district is getting paid properly, and making sure that we have some money to fix this problem. Because what happened to All High did not happen to All High by coincidence. That field was dogged out, and it was not dogged out because of Buffalo Public School children exclusively. That field was never designed to take 350-pound men beating up on it on a regular basis. We have to make sure that we protect our facilities, and that's what this is about. Okay, that's what it's about. Thank you. So, you want to put what in your, Larry, what do you want in here?
I was just suggesting some different language so that it's not the superintendent, it's the superintendent's designee or office.
I think that's the superintendent's responsibility. If it's under her, if she wants to designate it, that's her right as superintendent. What changes
operationally, I can't speak on how it should be worded, but to me it just seems like it's a big responsibility for the superintendent to be reviewing and signing off on all of those requests.
Well, you know what? If she gets the system set up in a short time, she won't have that problem. But as it stands right now, we're watching on TV. I'm watching on TV. You're watching on TV. People that are getting, that are doing major things, and nobody knows.
I think that what I'd like to see is an analysis maybe over the last year of exactly how many requests we've had. That will, I think, kind of guide how we have to move forward One of the things that you talked about that I think is going to be very important is to take it from a paper system, which is what we use now, to an electronic system. That's huge. But I think it would be very helpful for us to know maybe some trend data over the last couple of years, because I do know that, you know, we get a lot of requests for our buildings, fields, buildings, from different organizations and individual people. So I would just like to know what the numbers are.
Board Member Rivera, how do you want it to read? You want, did staff get that? Lisa, did you get what she requested, or you did? Could you read it back to us then?
Okay, so I move that there's a friendly amendment to read, be it resolved that the Buffalo Board of Education respectfully requests that staff are to be notified that all future requests are to be submitted through the chain of command with final approval resting with the superintendent. And so what I'm a little worried about, this is what I'm saying. We don't want things to get stopped up because it's just on one desk. But what I'm hearing is that you want the superintendent to have a consensus of the appropriate personnel. And it's just not made by just one person. Is that correct? Yeah, okay.
I'm really concerned about the ones that are rejected. You know, right now, you know, there's no checks and balances on that.
There's no checks and balances. So one way you can handle a check and balance is that if there's a rejection and they wish to appeal, they can work up through the chain. Is it possible maybe we can table this for now, work it, and then get it out there for next month? Because I'm trying to go back and forth here
I think it's necessary to table. Just be it generic and let the superintendent come back to us in committee and tell us what they've done and what she's done. I don't think it's a hard fix. If you get the system set up from David Hill is saying, it's not a hard fix. The situation is that you've got all these pieces that are not coming together at one time, and then you've got people being rejected. Well, at least if you have a system, you would know that these people have been rejected. Right now, you don't, they're being told over the phone, no, you can't do it.
Okay, I hear you. So then I think that, be it resolved, the Buffalo Board of Education respectfully requests the superintendent to investigate the process and ensure that fair usage and equity is preserved in facilities until a final amendment and review of the policy has been resolved. Well, staff by their nature are going to be notified. That's what I was saying. So I think we can go along those lines. Madam President, would that work? I can repeat it. Does that work? I suggested it. Others?
I really think this is an operations problem, and that on David Hill, our operations person, the superintendent could direct him to form an immediate committee to review this, to make recommendations, and that all requests do go through superintendent's office. And also, can we put some kind of timetable or framework on this? Because I also have many community complaints about Johnny B. Riley not being available to different groups that people just don't seem to want to hear from. Churches, and even some of the people that work there, the director of the program couldn't use the facility. So the equity and using this facility is important. So my suggestion is that that the superintendent be involved, and that it go to David Hill, the operations, to form review and form a recommendation and give the superintendent something that she can work with as soon as possible.
Thank you, Board Member Woods. Is everyone fine with that? Can we move, okay? Everybody's okay? So in moving forward, can we get can we take the vote? No? I thought we had the second. We thought Jennifer did it. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm burnt out, I'm sorry. And it's on you, my bad. Did we get that terminology?
It is also recorded so we can verify it.
Motion to accept the friendly amendment. I see Terry, Cindy and Terry. Thank you.
With respect to the resolution regarding the facilities as amended, how do you vote? Board Member Hurd?
No.
Board Member McKecken? Yes. Board Member Makosi? Board Member Rivera? Yes. Board Member Shuta? Vice President Scott?
Yes.
Board Member Woods?
Yes.
And President Bellicott?
Yes.
Passes.
Okay, council just brought over item number 25B. She said that we need to take a look at it, and we need to, her ask is to adopt that the first reading needs to be dismissed. So can you explain what you're talking about to the board?
This is a policy regarding the student compensation, and this is, request is, as I understand it, for it to be approved on the first reading, as opposed to being tabled as normal and then voted upon or adopted at the next meeting. So therefore, it would require the two-thirds vote to dispense with the rules and adopt it at this meeting. So we just wanted to clarify that, and I believe
We did that before. Go ahead.
and then,
We did that before, but we'll do it again.
okay, so I
Go ahead. We did that.
Board Member Hurd?
Yes.
Board Member McKecken? Board Member Makosi? Board Member Rivera? Yes. Board Member Shuta? Yes. Vice President Scott? Yes. Board Member Woods? Yes. President Bellicott?
Yes.
Passes unanimously, so we have the two-thirds vote.
Okay, so the final thing is, in conversating with the Council of Great City Schools and looking at what other school districts are doing, the questions that we submit in regards to the consent agenda are not part of our board package. And the recommendation is that it may possibly even help the fact that we don't have to spend additional time at the board table if the questions that Dr. Caresses does for the board's question and answer is part of the consent agenda. So that means that you would submit the questions, and the question would be whether you would want your name to be in it, but it's like this package right here. Board docs, question and answer, item 11H, 16A, 18G. And this, it would show that this conversation has happened, that the board has asked questions on it, and it's not just passing without consideration. So may I have a motion to have moving forward, or do you, no, it would be part of the board package. It would be part of the board doc. It would be just, it wouldn't be part of the agenda. It would be part of the board docs package. It would be an attachment. Okay.
We could create a little supplemental line that has the Q&A as an attachment. If we could put that
We can do that? Okay. So do I need to direct it from the board, or it can just automatically be done?
I don't think for something like that, I think it would be an advantage to all of us if there's consensus that you would like the Q&A to just be part of the public record. I usually get that done around 11 o'clock on Wednesday. We'll publish it. I could do it earlier if you were willing to get your questions in earlier, but normally I wait till Wednesday morning for you to get your questions in. We could just try it with the timeline we have now and start publishing it so we have it.
Okay. So Mary, do you feel we need to, because this is part of board docs, we don't need to vote on that? Okay, it's automatically done. So everyone is in agreement with that, right? No one is in a disagreement with it. Thank you. Now, the only other thing I wanted to ask, do you feel that we, as individually, the questions you asked, should it be put in here, or should we just do it blanketly? In other words, if Paulette Woods had a question on 11H, should it reflect Paulette Woods, or should it just be other board members, other boards just have it generically put out? Because it's given to all board members, generic. Okay. And so, all right, so before we do the bereavement, I just want to say this. When I have a conversation with people, I take notes. And I am clear on what I've conversated with people on, particularly about things associated with this district, okay? And I know what I know, and I know what people have told me. If for whatever reason it comes back and it's not what I said, I'm not gonna sit in a public forum and argue with someone. I need you to understand that these issues that we are dealing with right now are issues that have to be addressed as a board. It's not pretty, it's not whatever. If you as a board member have a problem with me, I suggest if you can't talk to me about it, okay, and that you feel that it's okay to come to this forum and do it, then all gloves are off moving forward, okay? Because we should be able to communicate and agree to disagree on anything. But what you're not going to do is try to embarrass me ever again, because I will go rogue. I'm not that person, okay? So I just want you to know I'm very concerned about how this board chose to escalate this situation today when it could have been smoothed over and it could have been addressed in a different way. And that's what the conversation with the superintendent and I had been today, to try to keep this as low-key as possible, because that's what the public or certain people want to see happen with this board. A lot of good work is being done by this board, okay? We don't have to agree all the time, but we should agree that we should be putting children first, not adults, children. And that's what we need to agree on. And if we can get to that point, if our adult behaviors can change to that point, we can make a difference with the $1 billion that we spend every year and get our children to where they are reading on grade level and excelling based on this board working together. So I felt that I needed to say that. Without further ado, Mr. Scott, could you do our bereavements for us, please, and then we will adjourn.
Please stand to acknowledge those that we've lost. May 15th, Cleveland Wright Sr., father of Ariana Wright, school counselor at schools 94 and 95. May 15th, David Malfis, retired BPS math teacher, husband of Janice Malfis, retired BPS elementary teacher, father-in-law of Colleen Malfis, BPS elementary teacher at school 30, uncle of Joseph Malfis, instructional tech coach for CAI. May 23rd, Catherine M. Connors, mother of James Connors, a teacher at school 212. May 28th, Bridget O'Connell, a special ed teacher at school 18. May 30th, Jean McGee, mother-in-law of Tammy Holly McGee, chief of human resources. June 3rd, John Mateague, Sr., father of John Mateague, a social studies teacher at school 156. And lastly, May 19th, Lois Ann Mathis, mother of Kim Hernandez, a parent leader and community leader in our district. We have a moment of silence to recognize those that we've lost. Thank you, everyone.